All right. Hello, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. We have got an absolute stacked day coming out here for League of Legends. We are being joined by Mr. Toby here, who will be my co-caster for most of the day. I'm gonna have a couple more guests on here, so it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be it's gonna be great. But how you doing, Toby?
No, man. Thanks, man. Thanks for having me. I'm doing well. Looking forward to all of the busy schedule we've got today. As we've got 4, I think you told me, right?
Yeah. So
That
we
we've got
have
on today.
4 series available. Well, 4 series happening right now, but Toby, you're gonna have to take over because I am gonna be I need to go get my food. I'll be right back.
All right. So okay, we do have Yeet versus MGC today, Oryx Blizzaga versus UWU, Royalty Esports versus 5 Million Men, and Shadow Garden versus BL Esports. So we are starting with Yeet versus MGC today, which is going to be an exciting matchup we've got planned. And we will be looking at drafts almost now as we are getting everything ready for you guys. And okay, so we almost ready to go. But yeah, I hope you stay with us all today, throughout the day, to just have a nice chilled Sunday afternoon, just watching some esports. We are looking here. Let's see. Alright, let's go into C. Okay, someone's just changing network. Alright. So, who do you guys in the chat think is going to be winning the first best of 3 today? Here he comes back with his food.
Holy shit. Okay. Alright.
Gotta finish up. Get your monster and come on.
We are back. Thank you for looking
There we
after the
go.
peeps, Tobes.
No problem, man. Right, you ready for the day forward, man? It's gonna be a long day.
Yeah, I've got a long one, looking at 8 hours max. Give or take for today's stream. I think we're just waiting for some network changes from MGC. But should be here soon as they flip it, getting to their order. Whew, let's get to it. That was a big run. I had to run down because I ordered 4 cans of Monster. So 1 per game. So chat can't drown me this time. So please do not drown me, chat. I very much appreciate that.
I still think they can.
I'm very much. I think chat very much are capable of drowning me, but
I think if they do put in all the points in hydrate, you would be pretty forced to down that whole monster you've got there.
oh goodness. 900 to the cooking stream. How close are we on the cooking stream right now?
It's 47%, I see.
But I'm going to make it so there's more time.
No.
We can't do like 47%. Well, we can't do 47% in like a day.
I mean, if it hits 60, I think the guys are gonna make it.
I know some people have got a lot of points just chilling, just holding on.
Yeah, and you are starting to stress.
I was stressing because it's gonna come like around my birthday.
Ooh, that's a.
And also, to anyone, my temporary crown fell out yesterday night. We won't talk about the story on how it fell out. But it fell out and now I look like a bucktooth Andy, at least until the 10th of May. So that is fun times.
Sound like you had a rough one there. Quite a bender.
It was a lekker bender, I tell you, dude.
No, I was on the same trip, don't worry.
Yeah, but we're on the grind now. We're on the League of Legends casting grind.
And it gotta entertain people on this glorious Sunday afternoon.
It's a very relaxed day. I know, like, the games do get more and more hype as the day goes by. Particularly, we're looking at, so after this game, so scheduling wise, I'll give you a quick rundown on what the matches we're going to be having. So we have got Yeet versus MGC happening now. That is the first game. Second game will be at 5 p.m. between Oryx, Blizzaga, and UWU. Yes, I'm saying that right. And then we have got at 8:30 we have got Royalty facing up against 5 Lonely Men. It's the previous season 4 champions of the Metal State Challenger series will be taking on Royalty and seeing if maybe they can be knocked off their throne.
I mean, there is always a chance, eh?
Yeah, and I think
Chance is always there for an upset.
yeah, exactly. And I know there's also another game happening around that time. It's Last Time versus XVG. Unfortunately, we'll not be able to catch that one. But it's sure bound to be a banger. So send love to the Aero boys and the XVG boys out there. And then we end off at 10 p.m. with Shadow Garden versus BL Esports. Bound to be a banger, and that's at 10 p.m. And from what I know is that the team that Shadow Garden are playing against is a team from Senegal.
Senegal.
So very interesting. I'm very curious to see how that game's gonna go. Like, we've got more of these African countries and African streams coming through. We got Cutie Moose in the chat holding the cat wielding the fire. I don't know, but that image just...
Is that not Cutie Mouse?
Cutie Mouse. I said, I don't know. I read as Moose. What I read as Moose. Okay, I'm clearly still hungover. But we got some good League of Legends coming out here. Also, huge shout out to Cutie Moose for just compiling all the graphics and everything into one folder with all the teams that are playing. Makes my life as a streamer so much easier. So send my love over to her for that one. Or him. I don't mean to assume genders. I apologize. But then and also the overlays. I did try and put some of the overlays in, but I was having some issues with the exporting of the files. Like the dot overlay file, I was having a bit of issues with, because I run OBS. I just run Streamlabs OBS. I mean, not just OBS in general. And I couldn't open it, but it is fine. I made a plan. I've got a temporary one that I'm gonna put in at least until I can figure out how to work with the overlay file.
We still should do the TriCast though. I'm still pretty hyped on the TriCast train.
Well, I do know we are going to have Rob is going to be popping in. So it is going to be a TriCast banger. He said he would... When is the match starting? All right. So the match was set to start at 2:30. But unfortunately, Riot is crashing one of their players' games. What do we get from the pick and pay bag? Oh, you want me to open the pick and pay bag? I will open the pick and pay bag.
I mean, you can do a big reveal.
Okay. So in the pick and pay bag. Thanks for the stream, broski. It's always a pleasure, Shikotis. Very grateful to be a part of the whole the NamLol thing, and there's a lot of work has gone into it, and I'm very, very chuffed to see what's to come. But we've got first monster we had was the yellow one. Now we've got a Mariposa monster, one of my favorite flavors. Then we got another one. We've got Pipeline Punch, and then lastly we have got. They gave me a big one. They're not supposed to have given me a big one.
They don't have to know.
Yeah, they gave me the ultra size one. My goodness.
The one with like the weird opening at the top.
Yeah, the one with like the weird lid on the top. But they gave that to me. They didn't give me the normal one. But it's basically 4 cans of Monster.
Yes, Nick. He's bringing over the ambulance to his house.
Yeah, I've set up. Yeah, dude, I can revive half a country with like all this Monster, bro. But the main reasoning for it is this is going to be an 8-hour stream, Nick. So it's gonna be a doozy of a day. Ew, white sugar-free Monster, worst one.
Thought you were gonna get judged on your Monster choices.
Stay alive first, Justin. We need you. Oh, my mod's looking out for me. But is that a bonus? So I ordered just the regular 500 mil one. Like like you'll see, like if I hold them up, the sizing is different. Like this one, it's the ultra, so it is like mega large. Instead of it being 500 mils, it's like 575 or. I'm trying to find the measurement, but why is there no measurements?
Isn't it like 750 though?
I think it's 553.
It's on the front of the bottle. On
Oh
the
yeah,
front.
it's
On the front.
553. So it's 53 milliliters more. That pink one slaps. Oh yeah, 100%. This flavor, one of the best flavors by far.
I like the
Pipeline
one that
Punch.
you're holding right now. The one that you're holding in your other hand right now is my favorite.
The Valentino
Doctor.
Rossi, the doctor.
Yeah.
Well, I definitely needed the doctor after last night because the bender is still getting to me. I used to drink Monster only that one. I mean, I don't even blame you, man. It's just good. It slaps. 8 hours of not even streaming last time. I'm sorry, John. I would if I could, mate. It's just like there was a scheduling issue that I had, and the Royalty are facing up against 5 lonely men, so that's bound to be a crazy game. But you guys are gonna do well. I believe in you, lads. Okay, let me invite Toby quickly before they get in quickly, Tobes. Hurry up, Toby.
I'm on my way.
All right, lobby is all here. We should be getting in Champs League relatively soon.
Here we go.
But thank you for everyone who's been waiting along. I know it's a bit longer than anticipated. We meant to start about 15 minutes ago, but that's okay.
A little bit of delay.
We are living in South Africa. Okay, so Caster R. All right, so there we go. But we are living in South Africa, in the southern part of Africa. Not everything goes our way. Internet's always like up and down, left and right, backwards, forwards. Never where it needs to be. It's okay. Our game will be quick. Should be just quick, boring stomps. Ah, okay. Well, you're gonna show me then. But we are going to be now heading into Champ Select for game 1. But we are, and then we've got Do Hust playing in the background. But what I'm expecting a lot of the meta bands. So I'm expecting a Jinx and a Xayah ban, or possibly Pix.
Definitely, I agree.
Yeah.
But a Gangplank ban coming out first.
Ooh, it's taking away those carry top laners. Don't want to see any of that today.
I mean, we did have a chat about this just before the stream started, that we wanted to see some more carry potential in the top lane.
And then even they take away Brewmaster's Yorick. Very much anticipated.
They're going out.
Oof. They don't want those big AoE team fights. Like those are two, like the Gangplank and the Samir are big AoE ultimates there. And then Syndra going to be taken away in the mid lane. Don't want any of that control mage suppression over there.
I think they're banning a lot of the side lane pressure here with the Syndra and the Yorick.
And then the Gangplank as well. There's a lot of focus on making sure the side lane's not strong.
Yeah. They'd be coming out as the Kayn.
Oh, the Kayn bans. All right. Kayn has been making a lot of presence in the medal state tournaments, particularly on the likes of Nick Wolf from Aeon. Really been showing us what this Blizzaga Kayn can do. And yes, it's blue and bruiser, so it's red. It's
and there is the one meta pick now banned out, the Jinx, as we said.
Yeah, it's the red Kayn building blue Kayn items, and it's kind of dumb.
But, yeah, I mean, it gives him all the sustain he needs at the end of the day.
And he can still one-shot you.
Yeah, so I mean, all that AD on the items for bruisers is still quite a lot.
But Caitlyn is the first pick we're going to see here.
Yeah, very aggressive bot lane pick coming out. Yeah,
we're getting some of the Insect Lee Sin gameplay here. Bro, most of my team has only played League for a month. We're gonna get clapped, Lamau. Hide your brothers. It's Purple Kayn Poggers. Yep, that is true, man. Purple Kayn is the Pog. I love playing Purple Kayn. I really hope that Riot fixes that we can't see the red side play names. It's so annoying for casting. Yeah, I hope so too. This is very strange. But we see the Swain lock in. That is a flex pick to the mid and the support role. But that is bot lane locked in. Also
just getting a insta-lock Leona. So they're going for the early aggression lane. Looking to shut down through bot side and the Nocturne.
Ooh, we've seen the Nocturne. That's going to be kind of a spicy one. Definitely looking for that really hard engage. So,
yeah.
Single target lockdown, gonna be very easy
But
for
I mean,
their
also
side.
Nocturne does shut down the side lane, but I mean, Nocturne into side lanes are very good because of his R. That can shut down a split pushing thread or a side lane thread quite
Yeah,
quickly.
and especially if they're able to get a lead there. But then that Tristana is going to be immediately locked in the bot side. So no Xayah pickup to my surprise. I feel like the Xayah could have possibly been a good safe pick here as well to deal with the
This
Nocturne
Tristana could
Leona.
also be a flex pick, eh? She could also go mid.
Yeah, so Tristana and Swain are both very flexible. And also Tristana, like the Xayah, also has a bit of an escape. Not as good as the Feather Storm, but the Rocket Jump can be quite useful for buffering CC abilities.
Yeah, and also has the Buster Shots to just get some more space to be able to do a little bit more damage on a fight.
Exactly. And then we got Yasuo taking me locked, being stolen away. Do not want to see the Oyai Gaitong in our game. And then the Jax taken away in that top side from Brewmaster.
Jax is a very good meta pick at the moment. He's by far one of the strongest top lane carries.
I don't even think it's just limited to top lane. I think right now he's been having low prints in the jungle and in the mid lane as well. He's just all around very good lane sustain. And then he just literally just scales. It's like an
He
AD
just
Veigar.
needs a little bit. He literally needs like a kill or just a little bit of a CS lead to just take over the game. And then Mordekai's a lot coming in. Nice safe blind pick for the top lane. See what Brewmaster picks into this.
Yeah, but the Mordekai's I think is quite a smart pick here, but that does also kind of make sure the Swain's not going to be going top side. But the Mordekaiser is going to be a very good pick to deal with the Leona or the Nocturne. Get rid of that engage. Give the Tristana a little bit more time to play around the engage.
Lawi coming through against the Mordekaiser. That is a bit of a hard matchup coming on the Lawi side.
Alawi generally does struggle a little bit into the Mordekaiser because when Mordekaiser takes them to Brazil, Alawi doesn't bring her tentacles with. So she
loses a lot of her presence when doing that.
So
a Lux pick coming out for
and then
mid
that is
lane.
going to be the Lux. So that is going to be the Lux mid, the Alawi in the top lane, and then Nocturne jungle. But confirmation shows that. But again, this is such a good flex pick. Because the Tristana, for one, Tristana and Veigar could be into switch mid lane and bot lane.
Yeah, they could swap it in game, they could swap it now. But I think the Veigar is a really good pick into here because this team wants to dive onto you. They've got Leona, they've got Alawi, they've got Nocturne. It wants to dive onto you. So I think the box is going to help create a lot of space for the carries.
Right, so it's MGC and Yeet. If I remember. Yes, it is MGC and Yeet. All right, get your predictions going. Be sure to pick the boys who you think are going to take the W here. MGC are on the blue side, and then Yeet are on the red side. And team comp wise, I have to agree with that Veigar. Like if first mid, then red is going to lack because the wave clear, especially with low range fights. But one thing I'll have to say for sure is the Veigar is going to be a very good disengage tool here.
Yeah, like I said, that box is going to create a ton of space for the Tristana to be able to do because of her long range. She can actually keep up with the Caitlyn, who also scales very well range-wise. But if we have to go scaling, I would honestly say red side has a little bit more, except for the Lee Sin, but the rest of them scale quite well into their counterparts.
Yeah, the scaling is very much in the favor of red side with the infinite scaling of the Veigar and the Swain. And I just think their comp they picked a very good counter comp into this hard single target engage. The Tristana she's got the Buster shots, create a bit more of a gap between her and her enemy. Veigar drops the baby cage. Lee Sin can use the dragon's, I think it's the Dragon's Fury.
Dragon's Rage.
Dragon's Rage. Okay, that was close.
It was close. No, it was.
The dragon can use a Dragon's Rage to create more of a gap, peel further for that Tristana, as well as peel for the Veigar, because the Nocturne and Leona are going to be permanently in Yeet's face.
Yeah, this is it. They picked a very good disengage comp, but they do also have a very good pick comp coming out with the Lee Sin, who can as well insect the kick and get them into his team.
Yeah, they can use the kick and the Buster shot to play aggressively into the Veigar baby cage, throw them in there, they're stunned, and it is easy pickings from there on onwards. But Veigar utility, Veigar good skating pick. Veigar utility shuts down all of the engage from blue. Nocturne is going to find himself alone in enemy territory a lot this game. I think that is true because he's probably the only one who can maybe even make it through the cage in time. Like he's got if he uses his E correctly, he can dodge the baby cage. But realistically, he is going to be by himself because there's no way anyone else can follow up as quickly as the Nocturne can into these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, once that WBS goes down and he does avoid the stun on the box, I don't think it's either even going to help him because it's only one spell he can block. You've got to think about the Swain stun, the Lee Sin kick. You've got the Buster shot still. The Tristana can still jump away, so he will have to bow his flash on probably multiple occasions in team fights.
And at this point in the game, it's all just about setup. Like either team can kind of run away with the lead, where the more engaged team, if they are able to get that lead in the early game, and then once Veigar gets Hourglass, Nock is effectively outscaled. Yeah, I can, and then also even if the Veigar really wanted to do that as well, could go for the Banshee's Veil. Would negate the ultimate entirely, which means he'd be able to see where everyone is. He would know when to drop the cage. So effectively, Veigar is going to be the main tool for Yeet this game.
Yeah, he's going to provide a lot of utility, as they said in chat as well. But I think if he does go for the Rod of Ages build, he should be fine. I don't even think a Banshees would be needed then, because he's going to be quite tanky and like he won't really die that easily.
Yeah, and it's more just about Veigar having to play safe. But the Nocturne, that means the Nocturne definitely has to play this early game very well and make sure that Veigar doesn't get a lead. Because if the Veigar is able to get a lead, it's just not going to work out for them. But so just taking a look at some of the runes and whatnot, nothing too fancy. But Brewmaster, you'll see in game, effectively is an absolute Chad, running the Ghost and TP. We've got the Grasp for Leona, and once we go for those more of those aggressive trades in the bot lane. Veigar with the first strike, favorite rune. We've got Exhaust Tristana bot lane with the Swain taking Electrocute and Ignite. So very aggressive summoner spells in that bot side. We're much more defensive on the Caitlyn side with the heal and barrier for the Lux. All right, I'm gonna pause at 7. Are you ready?
Just give me a second. I am at 7 seconds here.
All right, cool. Let me just get the scoreboard up and running. Time controls. Okay. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just gonna zoom out.
Tell me when you are ready.
All right, there we go. Okay, let's take this over. Let's see how this new asset looks. All right, so we got them right first try, but okay, so I'm gonna unpause at 3, 2, 1, go.
There we go.
All right, we are in sync, ladies and gentlemen, and this is going to be game 1 of the NamLol 2023 esports series, hosted by none other than Oryx Esports. Very, very excited to see where the rest of this goes. But a lot of people are saying in chat about the Nocturne, on how Nocturne has to be aggro if he wants to get, if they can't get the the Nocturne ahead in the early game, it's going to be very tricky for them to play around catching that Veigar. Because as soon as the Veigar's got his Rod of Ages, got the Zanyas, even though just the Banshees, he's going to be an absolute nightmare to deal with.
But that is honestly 100% correct. But I also think it goes the same for the Lee Sin. It's very early game orientated picks. The Nocturne spiking the hardest at level 6 because then he can definitely look for easier ganks and stuff. But I think if the Nocturne does tend to get ahead, it's going to be a lot easier team fight. It's still not going to be as easy as they would like it. It's still going to be difficult to get through all of that CC and all of that peel that Tristana and the Veigar is going to have. But I think if the Nocturne does tend to get ahead, he'll be a bigger threat as what it's imposed to be if he does not.
Yeah, that is true. And I think also, the thing we are kind of undermining, I think, a lot here is the aggression that actually the Tristana and the Swain have in the spot lane.
I mean, they could look to go in level 2 with the jump and the E.
Yeah, and the Swain did opt for the Electrocute down on the bot side, so it means he's going to be getting that really quick early game burst with the E auto attack. It's just trying to opt for the lethal tempo, but I think if they were going for that more assassin-y bot lane, that would have been a Hail of Blades for her, but lethal tempo does scale better. But I'm getting hydrated by my chat, Zombie Pancake. We have got Valentino Rossi, the doctor, to hydrate us. Monster, please sponsor me.
I also saw that the Lee Sin did also take Electric instead of Conqueror, so he might be looking to go a more basty build.
Ooh, we would love to see that. We're going to see the Eclipse or the Prowler's Claw Lee Sin.
It could be Prowlers. Could be interesting if he does go there. I mean, it could open a lot of more options for him.
Oof, but Brewmaster taking a very unfortunate trade with Steam Dog up here, and this trying to hold that wave, but tanking more and more minions. Oof. Yeah, so this Lau is going to have to figure out how to play this early game, try and get that lead, because level 6 is going to be very hard for her to try and win those team fights. As there's another pullback from Steam Dog, so much damage, and it's going to play back. I'd honestly said the game would be a lot more equal if Blue wasn't chance to disengage champ, because the keeping Triss alive is going to be clutch in the team fights.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, but hence why I think they picked the Vega. The Vega works not as an enchanter, but as utility to keep the Tristana up and alive.
Oh,
and
but
the
D-Man is going for an invade here on Firepo. Firepo does not see this. He saw the Q was used. The tempo is prod. Ethan has nowhere to go. Does that flash?
First blood by the Noxon. What an early good invade.
My goodness. I mean, that's the one thing you got people very much underestimate about early game Nocturne.
He has a lot of dueling potential.
Very good dueling potential, especially with the fear can negate at least one of the abilities in that fight, which can be crucial. And what D-Man did was wait out the Lee Sin to use his Q. Lee Sin had nowhere to go. He didn't have anywhere to hop over.
Yeah,
sorry, not Trist Caitlyn, my bad. Oh, okay, I see what you mean, yeah. Because now Caitlyn's gonna need to be protected, and I think Leona
nice coming out here from both bot lanes.
Oh, we are going to see a gang coming up by a pony. What are we going to see? He's going to go for the Let's go for the ward hop into the exhaust, but that's flash from 2Flyu. Doran gets hit by the resonating strike. The Swain E does not connect, and they aren't able to pick up a kill here. There is no summoners for Caitlyn, and no exhaust for Tristana.
Very good body block there coming out from Duran on the Leona there for the Lee Sin Q. I think if that Lee Sin Q had hit, it would have been a lot more different in the bot lane.
I can say the same. I think the burst that this early game Lee Sin does have, like these two junglers can have a very good early game potential, especially with the Lee Sin very good gang setup, and as you saw the Nocturne invades. But when it goes south, especially on Lee Sin, it goes very south. It's either goes very well or goes extremely south, and it's just how Lee Sin goes as a champion.
I mean, that's why he's one of the best early game junglers in the game.
We do see it's going to be a flash Q coming out here onto King Fluff, but D-Man will use the E. Will use his W to block out the baby cage. And then Brewmaster taking the soul of Mordekaiser, trying to do a little bit extra damage. Okay, agreed, especially if Swain gets ahead. A little bit Triss will be untouchable come mid-late.
Small CS gap opening in the bot side I see as well.
There's a lot of gap closing, but now Firepony is going to go in again. You see the rocket jump coming out. And 2Flyu is going to walk away, has no flash, neither does the Leona. Lee Sin is going to be there, is going to connect the resonating strike into the Swain pullback. And they are going to hand that kill over. Oh, almost, but we hand that kill over to the Tristana. Double kill for her here. Really well played from the Yeet bot lane.
Yeah, and I said, like, you told about the aggression that the Tristana can have. I mean, look at that. The Swain landed one never move, and it was done for. Jumped on it instantly, and they couldn't handle the burst.
Very good setup here, and at least it does go for the resonating strike onto Commander Stark, but no change here. I like seeing the Lee regain quickly after the first one. Shows good knowledge of affecting the map. Yeah, and I think that's what a lot of people, more junglers, don't make good use of. Especially immobile bot lanes like this Caitlyn. Well, when I say immobile, I mean compare that to like of a Tristana, who's extremely mobile. Up as now Mordekaiser takes Brewmaster into the death row. Brewmaster is not even level 6, level 5. Just drop the ghost. It's just going to try and run circles around to get out of the ultimate. Will escape Brazil, and that will not be a kill happening in the top lane.
Right, and that is a big trade. I would assume playing the ghost for his ultimate helps the Alawi a lot, I would think, because if he can now get back into this lane, get 6, I won't think if the Mordekaiser doesn't have ult up, but I think the Alawi could still look to win the fight if she does have a tentacle set up nicely.
Yeah, it's like I think in that case, like you got up. The Tristan is going for the engage again. They do spot that the Leona is not in the bot side. Up, but the shot's not available. Could go for the re-jump in, but not going to. Leona misses this. Misses the E, but the never move connects onto her. As now D-Man in that bot side, very close to level 6 from what I'm collecting. He is. I think he's gonna go for the dragon here. Once he picks up this dragon, he will take over to level 6. But a part of me does think that it's up. They're not aware. So D-Man and Commander Stark are just going to be holding on to this as I get Hydrate from Rachel.
I mean, if I was playing this Nocturne, even you that does play jungle as your main, who would you look to? Not shut down, but who would you look to pressure a lot with this Nocturne ulti if it does now? Like you said, it has not come up.
So Nocturne ulti, I think going on to the Tristana in like before she uses her W is a bit of a mistake because you use your R onto her. If she W's just on time, but the Alawi does drop the ulti in the top lane on the Steam Dog, who just gets over to level 7. Brewmaster only just on the level 6, so this level difference doesn't actually seem to be making much of a difference. The Alawi doing so much damage, and they'll just be traded.
As I said, if he doesn't have the ults, he can actually get all set up the tentacles. I think if he had like 1 or 2 more tentacles there, he would have easily beaten the Mordekaiser there. We would have seen a solo bolo in the top lane for the Alawi.
Oh, but now Nocturne has made his way into the jungle. Yeah, will catch out Fire Pony, but Fire Pony wants to go for the turn here, but does not go for the resonating strike. As you were saying with the Nocturne, priority targets would have to be the Veigar, or even the likes of a Lee Sin or Swain, because that Tristana is not going to use her rocket jump early. She will use it defensively. She probably knows full well how the Nocturne ulti is going to interact. So waits for the Nocturne to get on top of her. She immediately rocket jumps and gets out of position, and then that's a failed Nocturne game, like right there. So,
but it does not look like the Caitlyn lane is paying dividends. I mean, they do have first dragon, which is very nice, but now our big issue comes now. The Tristana's now got 2 kills, is a bit ahead. Not much on CS, but those kill-wise, that's a 600 gold lead easily. So I think that kind of does neutralize the Caitlyn's effectiveness to take over a lane.
And we see D-Man was looking in the bot side, was spot on a ward. So Yeet are going to play it safe down here.
As we see the Serrated coming out here for the Lee Sin.
Ooh, so we are getting the super spicy lethality, as I call it. Not very unique, not very genius. I just think it's kind of low-key funny. As now Fire Pony looks like he's gonna be starting up the Herald, but Brewmaster is asserting his dominance.
We could look to see a skirmish.
Oh gosh, we do see something happening.
Skirmish.
Nocturne ulti does get dropped. They do hop onto that Lee Sin. The flash coming out there, but not being able to flash away from that Fear D-Man. Up the Lee Sin ulti is used to try and save his life there, but D-Man will flash over the wall. Fire Pony actually takes down the Nocturne.
A very good fight there coming out from the Mordekaiser and the Lee Sin.
As we see, that was a very good turn of events for Yeet here. As the Lee Sin damage, definitely not something to be underestimated. Nocturne thinking he was able to get that attack speed off, but that lethality with that resonating strike execute can do so much damage. And very well played.
Yeah. Something I need to mention as well is I think if Tristana does, she needs to. Well, she's probably going to go Kraken Slayer, right? As there are 2 tanks, like a very big bruiser in the top lane and a very tanky support. Kraken Slayer could be good, but if maybe she would go, if she goes Bloodthirst as second item, I think she has enough sustain to last a fight, which means the Swain will be able to go a little bit more into the front line and cause that abruption in the team fight.
And the Swain has not opted to go for more of that tank build, opted to go for the Leandries. But then, no, just seeing chat. Yeah, actually, I'd say the knock ult on the Tristana is good because it will force the jump, putting knock behind Swain, allowing him to fear him back into the own. Nor the Tristan the skirmish complete. Up, I see an engage coming onto Doring here. The rocket jump is dropped. Solar Flare hitting the bush. Crystalline gets the jump reset. Exhaust coming out and will be flashing with the Buster Shot, but will not take down 2Fly. As that is Flash Heal burned from the Caitlyn, and that is Flash Exhaust from from Chrysalix. Oh no.
Very good never move coming out there.
Oh gosh, we see D-Man is going to be in this 1v2 situation, but will get caught in the baby cage stun. And King Fluff will pick up his first kill here. Okay, he's going to try and clear out this wave, but Chrysalix does just want the plates, just wants to farm.
Very good early games coming out here from MGU. They're rotating quite well. The team's moving together. And it's just coming all together with this comp they've built.
Oh, yeah. Now Yeet are definitely pushing this lead that they have in the spot lane. They're just on making sure to be aggressive, to keep the pressure down here. Not going to give any room for the Caitlyn, but there we go. We see the actually good damage coming out. Lee Sin, resonating strike goes wide as the dive has been pulled away, but Brewmaster gets taken into Brazil. But the immediate QSS, first item QSS for Lawi coming in clutch.
I can understand. I mean, he's paid his taxes, so now he knows. Okay, if I want to take a fight, and I've got the QSS up. So worst case scenario, if I need to run or if I need to take a fight, I can at least stand a chance to escape or just heal up a bit and wait for my teammates.
You see the baby cage was dropped there. The Nocturne desperately trying to get into the pit there with the ult. But you see Kingdom trying to flash, tries to get in the way. The Caitlyn ult, but the Lux does land the light binding. Swain has gone to demonic. Doran taking so much damage. Chrysalix is going to go for the chase, but that is a trap now. Swain flashing into Caitlyn and Lux. There is no flash for this Caitlyn. She has nowhere to go. Swain picks up one, and the Lux will walk away. But that is 2 for 1 in favor of Yeet as they pick up their first dragon.
Yeah, and there we now see, I mean, most of the fights we've now seen, the utility and the power and the promise this baby cage provides for the team. I mean, Nocturne can't run. Nocturne's been caught out by the baby cage a few times now, and I mean, and it makes so much space for the Lee Sin as well that can just land resonating strikes after resonating strikes.
Yeah, and particularly the Nocturne needs to be very careful on what he uses his W for. Because the baby cage can be quite useful, but then that does already open you up to being Leaf. The Lee Sin kick opens you up to block. You can't block the Vega ultimate anymore. Buster shot, never moves. Like there's so many abilities you have to block. It's almost incentivized that the Nocturne picks up the Edge of Night this game as well.
Edge of Night's gonna help him a lot, but I'm seeing he's going more for the Strand Breaker, the more tankier Bruiserist build to just survive in teamfights. So he might just be there to cause an interruption like the Leona. Just go in with the Leona and the Lawi. Let's try to get mid-range to long-range, like fighting potential, a good front to back.
Yeah, and you see Two Fly being very aggressive into this Tristana. Tristana does have a full Kraken Slayer, as there's going to be the jump away. Leona drops the exhaust, but Fire Pony is making his way bot side. That is Caitlyn with no flash. Lee Sin does have the Warthog, is going to go for the Warthog, will connect the resonating strike, will take him down. Lee Sin does have the kick, locks the Leona back. She has nowhere to go. And Tristana picks up another, as that is 4-0 for Chrysalix.
A very good ward up into resonating strike there from the Lee Sin coming out.
That is the top tier Lee Sin gameplay we have come to watch.
But what do you think he's going to go? Do you think it's going to be the Prowler's Claw or the Eclipse game?
Ooh. I think he definitely has picked, so he didn't opt for the cooldown reduction boost, he opted for the Ninja Tobbies. Oh, not Ninja, plated steel caps, sorry. But we see the Nocturne ulti is happening in the top side, but there is going to be an immediate TP coming out from the Vega. D-Man is still stuck in the Brazil ult, and is actually almost going to survive, but the Vega does make his way there, does take down Nocturne, and will drop the ult onto Alawi. And that is a double kill for him as there's now an engage happening onto the biggest Les, but Two Fly taking so much damage. Swain goes demonic, and they are chasing down Two Fly. Two Fly has nowhere to go. They do try and lock down the Tristana. Has the jump reset. Doesn't have the mana. So Swain is going to be going for this duel here. As long as they're still fighting, the Demonic Ascension will keep going up. But he just
combat.
gets down. Yep, it's, well, I don't know. I don't think I'll call Swain a support, realistically.
Well, I mean, it's one of his most played roles for the longest time now.
Oh, was Whammon QT, thank you for joining the chat. I do unfortunately not have the bracket command. I am trying to look to set it up, but if you want information on what's happening right now, so this is the NamLol 2023 series. It is a Namibia-based tournament in Southern Africa, and we've got teams from Namibia as well as South Africa competing in it. And this is just 2 of the multiple games that we played over the course of the next 2 weeks. And then we've got the Metal State Season 5 tournaments, which have been going on for quite some time. We're going to have 2 of those games as well. But if there is any information that you might need, I'll share the social medias of them with you. It is Metal, on the Twitter for Metal State is just at Metal State. And then the NamLol is being run by Oryx Esports. So feel free to reach out to them as well.
Good rotation coming out here from the bot lane from Yeet Esports. Putting the Tristana mid, putting the powerhouse of ADC with her support that is also in a very good space because, I mean, he has the Andres now.
Oh, but the Lee Sin does use the Fury's Rage, the Dragon's Rage to try and get out, but the Nocturne Wolf to the baby cage does get hit with a phenomenal power. Swain is in demonic form, but takes so much damage from the Alawi as the Swain will be taken down by Brewmaster. Crystalix has walked down to bottom, but will immediately flash away as in the TP now coming out from the Mordekaiser. This is going to be turning in the favor of Yeet. Vega flashing forward, flash the baby cage of baby Stark. Or Commander Stark or Fire Pony wants to continue the chase, and that is a double kill for Yeet as they build this lead to 16-3. Very comfortably.
Getting this second dragon, and I think they could also look to just push out mid after this dragon. Look to get some nice shove going mid. Maybe take Riftail to open up the mid lane or just look for more picks.
I definitely think that is the necessary way to go about it. They've got the strength, they've got the power. The Lee Sin has picked up that Eclipse. As we mentioned, no Prowler's Claw action there. But the Prowler, it does connect. The burst from this Lee Sin doing so much. Caitlyn getting so low, getting smited. And then Steam Dog taking the kill. Lee Sin does land the next Resonating Strike onto the Leona. But Leona's going to be running for her life here. The Resonating Strike should be up relatively soon. Now does drop it again. Will land onto Doring. Doring's getting to the tower. Will try and escape. But Malice locks her down. As Brewmaster desperately trying to fight for this Rift Herald, takes so much damage from the Swain, and Vega Burst will get ulted, and that is a dead Swain and a Rift Herald picked up by Yeet.
This Lee Sin is now showing why it's such an early game pick, and if he does just get a sniff of head, I mean, he played it well. He looked for such a nice...
the double never move from Swain. Commander Stark can flash away. The Dragon's Rage taking D-Man back, but he will burn to death there. And then Tristana will take down Lux, as that is now 21 kills for Yeet. And they use the Herald to lock down this mid lane tower.
They are playing this comp to utter perfection. And, I mean, the macros coming out, the rotations, everything. The call on the team fights, shotgunning is looking great. And I think Lee Sin that's gotten ahead, I mean, he had an early game invade where he might have just lost, but he didn't lose that much to... It looks like it really mattered. I mean, he focused bot lane, focused on his winning lane, got them ahead, and I mean, he's just run away with the game now.
And used his macro to perfection. They're able to get onto that backline without any issues. And especially with this more one-shot orientated build that he has gone for, it means that those squishy champions are not going to last very long. With the no armor picked up for D-Man, or no armor on the Caitlyn, or the Lux for that matter. So this Lee Sin's having a mighty good time with these lethality items.
I mean, but even look at the lead. We've got top, we've got bot and mid. I mean, they're on 2 items. The Vega's got his Shadow Flame up, he's got his Crown. The Tristana's now just bought a PD. Yeah, they are completely just running away now.
Yeah, they've got this gold lead and they are making sure to abuse it. Lee Sin going to be farming up a little bit more, going to try and pick up some gold here and there. We are going to see very comfortably just under 1,000 gold ahead of the Nocturne, and does look like he's going to be trying to finish that second item. Likely to be Black Cleaver, but at this rate, it could be any lethality item. It could have used to abuse that lead and go for more of the one shot, or play for more of the long extended trades with the Black Cleaver. Oh, but we do see a drone coming in from Crystalix onto Commander Stark. The Blightbind does connect into the final spark, almost taking down the Tristana. Tristana will get shut down by Caitlyn, but there is now going to be a TP from MGC as Brewmaster makes his way bot lane. And they do want to get this tower, but Mordekaiser is just pushing top side. Does get that does take the first tier tower. D-Man wants to go for the engage, but Vega is going to be coming slowly behind him. Control ward is dropped, the baby cage is used, but that will be a very easy W for D-Man. As now Luna gives me the hydrate. Oh boy. What is the next one we opening, chat? What's the next one? We've got the Mariposa, we've got Pipeline Punch, and we've got the Ultra Mega, the Zero Sugar one. Which one are we going for? I think I'm gonna go for the pipeline punch. Shit's a banger. Alright.
Okay, so a small misstep by the Tristana there, I mean, but does tend to happen.
Bro, I just saw chat now. What did the Mariposa flavor, bro? Okay, well, pipeline punch still pretty good. Pipeline is a vibe. As you soon now see, Lee Sin and Mordekaiser are going to be catching out D-Man here. D-Man taken into the death realm. Is quite low. Nocturne tries to burn the ulti just to try and do some bit of damage. But Steam Dog's on a rampage right now. He is quite a tanky boy. And that is, he is not going to die anytime soon. With now Yeet picking up this Baron.
I mean, this is quite a free Baron. I mean, they've just caught out the jungler. They don't have a smite now, so it's a pretty easy Baron for them. And also, I see he went for the Mordekaiser build, which is a very good build. It gives you a lot of more price. You don't do as much damage, but the slow compared with the Jack show, it's just so much tankiness, so much sustained damage, and you can't run away from this Mordekaiser that keeps on slaying you with either the passive or the Qs or the E's coming out.
Yeah, and because he initially gets movement speed on his passive with the Rylai's synergy, it makes it super easy for Mordekaiser to run people down. And this, I think, that's also why usually most Mordekaiser jungles actually run Ghost. Oh, but we see Lau is going to drop the Ghost. He is going to take the soul. There does drop the ult. He only gets one extra tentacle. The King Fluff will burst that Alawi down. All she has is a Black Cleaver and no magic resist for that 2.5 item Veigar.
Oh, the Veigar is coming out to be a really good pick, and another baby keeps coming down.
And D-Man get absolutely deleted off the face of the earth. Lee Sin actually opting for the Axiom off.
This man is just going for, he is going to try and rip these people to shreds.
He just wants to do the combo. He just wants to resonating strike into ultimate, and they're dead. That's his goal, and then he could just keep reusing it over and over again.
I mean, at this point, if he gets not even one
light,
light,
they're gonna go for it. Oh, be connected. Is it gonna be the one shot? Oh, so close. Almost the one shot for Fire Pony.
Not onto the Leona there.
Yeah, but now Mordekaiser did take Doring into the Death Realm, has taken him to Brazil, and Steam Dog is unstoppable on the Mordekaiser.
I think they are going to be looking to end here, right?
They definitely could look for the end. They do have the potential. They do have the Baron up minions mid lane. Don't have any pushing side lanes though, so they really can only pressure one lane. So it does seem like they are going to back off, and they are going to try and open up their side lanes a little bit more.
Yeah, I see the Mordekaiser and the Tristana both looking to move top here. They're all Nocturne.
Oh, but Nocturne is going for the 1v1 with the Lee Sin. Lee Sin is burning the flash. Ace in the hole is dropped as well onto Fire Pony. But Lee Sin doesn't take as much damage. Caitlyn only has 1 and a bit items, along with the Nocturne does not have any armor. So it's a little bit tricky for the 2v1. But Lee Sin does walk out unscathed.
Yeah, I mean, very good flash coming out there from him. Just get over the wall, get away from the Nocturne Fear firstly. I think if that Fear had connected, we could have seen a very different outcome.
Yeah, and I think if the Lee Sin plays more of a sustain build, he would have probably taken that fight. But in the longer extended fight, it is a bit easier for the Nocturne to survive with the attack speed steroid on the W as well as on the passive. With
yeah, and also I mean the move speed coming out on the Q, the extra damage that you get just walking on your trail.
Yeah, and then
that
even
Fear
the
helping
auto attack reset from Stridebreaker can kind of turn the tides with that lethal tempo. So one thing you should really not underestimate the Nocturne in these duels, but it's just if Lee Sin lands 1 Q, it is very much just game over for anyone. At this point, pretty much anyone who gets hit by the Lee Sin is at least getting caught into half health.
Yeah, I think the only one that really could maybe survive all the Lee Sin burst is Leona at this point.
The flat damage drop is good for her. They do see the live binding able to connect, doing a bit of damage over the King Fluff. Big King Fluff not able to do too much. Leo does go in for the gauge onto the back line, but immediately will flash away with a Tristana bomb. As now we see Brewmaster takes the soul of Steam Dog, doing some damage under the tower. The Black Cleaver doing so much work, actually.
Shredding his armor. It's a very good item on Alawi because she can just proc it so quickly, and especially hence why Conqueror is also just as good on it.
Oh no, the baby cage into the Veigar burst. That is a Caitlyn no more. And looks like they are going to go for this tower, but Doring and Commander Stark are going to hold it to the best of their ability, while Nocturne is just clearing out that mid wave.
Also something that we didn't say earlier is that Yeet has got such a good sieging comp with the Veigar, with
Oh, but Leona almost locks down.
Oh,
Oh, will get caught out by Nocturne. That is 1,000 gold for D-Man.
Little bit of an overextension there. Greed just catching him up a little bit, looking to just go for the kill there.
Possibly a little bit of a limit testing, as we call it. It's just a bit of limit testing. But yeah, like I see what you're saying there. Especially with the kind of comp that they have built, it's very easy to go for the sieges. Just drop the baby cage around the tower, at least, and flanks around. Drops the dragon's rage, and
nothing really. Games. Yeah, I mean, Tristana throws E on the tower, and the tower doesn't exist really anymore because, I mean, it's so much damage output on the tower itself.
Exactly, and the only real way that Blue side could really come back into this if they get more of those kind of blunders. Like the Nocturne picked up 1,000 gold, has already picked up the Mortius, so we'll be able to fight that Vega for a little bit longer. But a part of me thinking that this Vega with 914 ability power is gonna one-shot anyone and everyone.
Yeah, he's just now bought the death cap, so I think if he now he can Q ulti anyone on the team, and I think they would either just be below quarter HP or just dead.
All that lost side turret gold just hurt my soul to watch, lol. Oh yeah, because all the minions got it. No one was able to pick up any of the minions or pick up any of the tower gold. It's just unfortunate, man.
You have to be in a certain range. It looks like they're setting up the dragon here. That will be up in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, so 10 seconds up for that now, as you see, and then it is their soul. It is a cloud soul, so that movement speed from when using the ultimate is going to be coming quite in handy, especially for the likes of the Mordekaiser as well as the Swain, who will be very useful with that.
Very good for them. But also the out of combat move speed is going to be coming in clutch here for them, as they will be able to just rotate easier, so it's just going to make the siege 10 times better.
The Brewmaster going to go for the solo onto Baron. It does seem like they are making this last hurrah attempt to go for the Baron. Yeah, but they're getting an immediate flash ulti coming out from Vega. With an extra movement speed from the Cloud Soul, Doran does try and get onto the back line. The Nocturne lands onto the Tristana, forcing the jump away. D-Man is trying to go for the chase. Swain is as fast as Sonic will allow him to go, as the Demonic Ascension allows them to eliminate one more and begin to the Baron.
I think they're going to just look Baron in here.
Yeah,
it's pretty much...
It's very easy. They've got the gold lead. Jungler's dead. They have no real front line to deal with the damage that the Vega and the Tristana have to offer. Cloud Soul is the highest win rate soul, so definitely an amazing Drake if you're ahead. I didn't even know that. I thought it would have been like Infernal or something.
No, it's been Cloud Drake for like the longest time. But then people just make a meme out of it.
It's like, oh, it's not a good soul. It's a bad soul. That movement speed is so valuable in a lot of these big team fights. I mean, it gave the Vega enough time to reposition. The Tristana got enough time to reposition, using the Buster Shot. But the Mordekaiser are going for the fight here with 2 to fly under their own tower. Caitlyn is not safe as she gets taken down by the Mordekaiser. And it looks like we are going to see a bit of an engage coming from the Yona into the final spark, but not able to do enough damage there. Nocturne does drop the Paranoia, wants to try and get onto that backline, but has no vision. They're all clumping together as the Paranoia dissipates. D-Man has nowhere to go. And they are just going to continue sieging this bot lane tower.
I mean, if they could look to just put that Mordekaiser mid lane, I think that MGU will have a massive problem here. Because if they could just Baron up that mid lane just to look to push it in to just pressure, I think they could just easily just take bot inhib and look to end.
Oh, the final spot coming out again, almost taking out Fire Pony. The light binding connects onto King Fluff, but not able to do much more than that. Quite low health bars actually for the side of Yeet. Are going to have to back off. Not going to extend too far and possibly make another blunder like they did earlier.
So going on to game 2 now, what do you think is a definite ban? I would say the Vega would be a definite ban in my opinion. It's just providing so much fuel, so much utility, so much space for the rest of the team just to wreak havoc in a team fight.
Yeah, I think Vega is just too useful here. I mean, the scoreline definitely reflecting 11, 1 and 8. Has got 19 kill participation out of the 31 kills. And with the Lee Sin also rocking the 19 KP. So this jungle mid lane duo have been making sure to keep forcing these plays. And you gotta ban at least one of them. Like it's the Lee Sin or the Veigar.
Yeah, that is 100% true. I agree 100% on you with that. But I think if they could look to counter, I would not say counter mid lane, but if they could look to get Brewmaster on a stronger pick and not get into the counter pick, I think if they could leave final pick up for him next time, because I think they're going to be moving over to red side. If they could look to counter pick their top side, it should be really good for them, I think.
Yeah, I can agree. And I do say now that this is the final siege coming out. Baron up minions, 2 super minion lanes pushing in, 2 inhibitors down. Brewmaster getting caught by the E, doing so much damage. In the middle of that baby cage, Veigar will drop the one-shot. Leona tries to get into the background. King Club, Solar Flare is dropped, not being able to do enough. Tristana then taking down Leona. 1, 2, 3 burst, and they're gone. Nocturne and Commander Stark are desperately trying to clear out these waves, but Baby Cage does connect. Paranoia is dropped there. He does want to look like he wants to take down Mordecai. Mordecai takes him to Brazil. The fear will come out. D-Man just stalling for time here, but does not look like he's going to be able to survive this one, as that is a double kill for King Fluff. And it is now just 2 fly against 5, as Chrysalis will go in for that solo kill. They do want to get the ace before the end of the game, but will not get it, but they will take game 1.
Unfortunately, not able to pat the stats there right at the end. But what a game coming out from Yeet Esports, quite dominant game coming out from them.
Yeah, Yeet's really setting the pace for NamLol, and particularly curious to see what they are going to be bringing up in the next game. So yeah, let's head back. Let's head to the main screen. So increase to the movement speed of a champion has been shown in the past to increase their win rates the quickest. So giving them all that free movement speed in game is just enormous. Veigar ban is 100% a must, but Blue also needs to adapt their comp, look for a bit of scaling and safe AD like Xayah or Ezreal, and put jungler on a team focus pick that also scales like Sage or a Mumu. Yeah, I definitely agree. That is like you want a jungler that can have a very large impact, like an AoE impact, and has got nice armor and tank scaling. And Sejuani and Mumu are some of the best. I'd even say like the volley bear could be pretty good. I would also suggest even the my brain just completely switched off now. Even like if you wanted to go really for like pick potential, you could possibly go for the Warwick. And like the solo 1v1 fights can very much be in the favor of the Warwick, who's got one of the best early games in League of Legends. So we are now hopping into lobby for game 2, but let's go to the just chats. All right. But now time to hand over any points that were given there. So where was the prediction? Who predicted? We had one prediction for MGC, so we are just going to return the points. But does mean I am going to do another prediction for this next game. I will set it up. But we see Bella the cat has come to visit. She's not happy. She's not happy that my laptop has taken her spot. So just move that. Hey, Bella. We don't sleep on the laptop, okay? Come here. Sleep here, baby. Good boy. You're a good baby. All right.
I'm also looking to get me a cat at the end of this month. Want to get me a tuxedo kitten.
I mean, I think Bella has just become the star of the stream more than I have. People
Well,
like,
I mean, she wouldn't. Well, you wouldn't have like a point system for her if it wasn't that way.
Yeah, exactly, and it's all just more like if people want to see it, they get to see Bella.
She's getting nice and comfortable on the bed.
Yeah, she has turned into loaf. She is soft loaf. No leg, no arm, just loaf. But while we wait for this lobby to get put together, we are going to take a short break. So don't go away. You don't want to miss it. We have got game 2 coming up. So we will see you all in 5 minutes. And don't go away. All right, everybody, we have made it back into game 2 between Yeet Esports and MGC.
Another Samira band coming out straight from the gates here.
Do target
And
that.
the Yorick band coming out again.
Yeah, targeting Brewmaster, not giving him anything comfortable. Don't want him on that side lane presence. And we all know, we've all been in one of those league games where the Yorick has just 1v9 won the game. Just like one, like gets Herald, one push later. Why is there a Yorick on my Nexus?
Yeah, a lot of people tend to forget about poor Yorick, and then at 15 minutes you just see him hitting Nexus.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Justin and Toby. Hey, Nixie.
Hello, Nick.
How you doing? How you doing?
Another Syndra band. It looks to be same bands.
Yeah,
Or
man,
they're going to put in the Vega band here.
they surely have to get rid of that Vega. That Vega was such a nightmare. As it's still no Vega ban. That is the Kane ban once again.
Bands look to be the same.
then-
And the Twitch band
Except for the
coming through
Twitch.
this
Twitch
time.
is a bit new. If
I
Jax
can
is
understand
open.
it. It can kind of shut down the Tristana or anything like that.
So if Jax is open, it should be an insta take in my opinion. I can agree, and I think the Vega also should be a priority first pick.
I mean, but the Malphite is also open. You have to accept that. I think if they do pick the Jax first, Malphite could be such a very good pick into him because Jax cannot do much against the Malphite. The Misfortune ban.
Yeah, so we got the Misfortune going to be going into that bot lane, and then the Veigar. That was to be expected. The Veigar did so well last game, and the fact that they let it through is rather concerning because it had a very huge impact on winning those team fights.
Yeah, but the MF is a little bit of a better pick than the Caitlyn, I would assume, against the Veigar because she has the bullet time she can just, and the Make It Rain that can also just create more space for her. And the Zyra pick coming out.
So that's already a lot of AP for Yeet, for Mr. Yeet.
I wonder what is the answer going to be to this Veigar on the mid lane.
But does look like the Leona Misfortune combo. That is a combo I more like it. The Caitlyn didn't really synergize too well with that in the first game, but Leona Misfortune, an age-old combo.
Yeah, nice CC just hold down just to get that whole bullet time off just to one shot and 80 carry.
Yeah, like the E into stun solar flare, like it's just so over for anyone stuck in that Misfortune art. And then Shaco. Oh, we get a Shaco. Let's go. Okay, that is a bit of excitement from me, but we get Shaco for the first time in competitive South African League of Legends for Mr. D-Man. Gonna be a spicy one.
The Shaker's a bit of an interesting pick.
I can definitely say the same as the Shaco player myself. I do not agree with the Shaco. That being said, with Vega, I'd still avoid the Jax because that's a nightmare to play into. Yeah, that is true. But yep, there we go. The Jax ban. Actually, are they listening to you, bruv? These boys are listening in chat, man.
Yeah, they just know. The Mordekaiser ban coming out. Good ban, good ban. That's a really good ban.
Was a solid ban, yeah. But they obviously knew what their priorities were, and I think the Vega sat as high priority as the Kane, GP, and Samira. But it does seem that the Mordekaiser was an issue, and they do not want to give that over again.
I would say really good. A really good topic here. That might be a little bit boring. For Brewmaster would be like something like the Malphite or the Ornn, something with really like a long range engage that can stick onto the Tristana and the Vega would be really good.
I think the Shaco pick might be more aimed towards just try and go for that one shot, try and get onto that back line, make it super easy. But Master Yi now being taken away in the jungle, so we're not gonna see the Yi man. They also banned Jax in run 2 the previous game, so I expect to be focused again. Yeah, it does make sense. But that is now the Z going into hold on. Wait a minute. Is that Z jungle? That could be Z jungle, as we see.
I think that is a jungle. That is a very, very early game aggression pick.
That is fair. We got some spicy junglers today, ladies and gentlemen. Whew, Shaco Z.
All early game, all the time. The Vex is a lot better of a pick into the Veigar, I would think. That long range engage that we were just talking about now.
Yeah, and I think the Vex is also very smart. There's a lot of dashes that Vex can counter. So the Z with the Shadow Tristana's rocket jump and can get that extra bit of damage off the AoE shield will be very helpful. But as you predicted, looks like we are going to be seeing the Malphite lock in for Brewmaster. This looks like like aside from the Shaco, more of the assassin one shot. This is a very good team fight, team comp. Like Vex Olaf will be such a good round out. I mean, I think the Malphite is still a pretty solid round out nonetheless. But at the same time, Olaf will be pretty good.
I think if they can just get a tank like an Orange, just too much. Or the Cho'Gath is an even better pick into the Malphite. This is such a good. This top matchup is so wet noodle, but it's such a fun matchup to watch, in my opinion. I enjoy watching two tanks just slug it out.
Yeah, two tanks just chopping away with the grass stacks. It's gonna be it's just a vibe up in that top lane. But then what I really also like by Yeet's team comp is they had the very early AP pick with Veigar and the Zyra, but then I think even with the Cho'Gath, quite heavy on the AP side. But then locking in the Zed Tristana, the heavy AD, the heavy burst, very easily can lock down that misfortune. Where one thing I'm just curious about is how the Shaco is gonna compete, because
the Shaco is gonna have to know his angles very, very well. And I think if he looks to like go over the wall, just chill, take his time on going in for the one shot. It should be okay, but once again, there's a lot of peel, there's a lot of escape, there's a lot of utility, especially now with the Cho'Gath silence, Cho'Gath knock up, and the Cho'Gath ultimate. There's so much utility now, even more than there was game 1 for Yeet here.
Yeah, right. And just like get the predictions out. We'll get the predictions nice and easy. Let's go. Oh wait, why is this not the same one? It's not the same one. That's a lie. I feel like I'm being bamboozled by my own thing. So it is going to be, so it's Yeet, or it's gonna be my brain's already switched off, bro. The GMC. I think it's the game. I think it's
MGC. MGC.
MGC. Sorry, I do apologize. So MGC. So I'll get you guys to get your votes in. Got 5 minutes to start the predictions. Let's see how this goes. But like what I'm like for now, the issue with Malphite here is red team is such a good split damage. The first team fight, he's going to be shredded. Late game, I think blue just takes it scaling wise. Yeah, okay, I can definitely agree. Like blue side, they have got infinite scaling of the Veigar and the Cho'Gath, but if that Malphite is able to play to his strengths, keep solid and not really throw away any leads, very good team fight opportunity for MGC. But on the other hand, you gotta it's really all lying on how well this Shaco plays the early game, because that is where he can have the most impact. Because Shaco's scaling, it's about the same length as like the lifespan of a goldfish.
I mean, he's one of the he's like a Lesion. If he doesn't get ahead early, he's not really much on the map anymore.
He is quite useless, and unless he's going AP, which can scale a little bit harder, but a lot of the time AD is the way to go if you're playing into this assassination angle, where he's got 4 very nice targets. The Cho'Gath not going to be very easy to take down unless he opts for more of that Blade of the Rune King Kraken build that has been making its rounds.
And I think early skirmish, I would definitely put red side ahead here.
Yeah, so we're seeing there's a lot of red side favor here.
The later we go, the more, as said in chat, the more the blue side will start to scale, look to just run over in team fights, because one good Malphite ultimate can turn a whole game around.
And it's just all it takes is locking down that Tristana and Veigar. It just makes life so much easier. And at this point, at the early time in the game where Shaco's going to have the biggest impact is where Veigar is going to have the least impact. So he's got to make sure that if he's putting that Veigar behind, he can really assert his lead. He can really lock down these immobile carries like the Zyra and the Veigar. So we'll see how the Shaco goes. But
the good thing about the Vex is it's got a little bit more pushing potential, a little bit more shove potential than the Lux had the previous game. So he could definitely look to just rotate a bit more with the Shaco, which will increase that skirmish power of the Shaco a lot more towards the Zed.
So we are going to get some more confirmation soon. So once we're into the champ select, we're going to see who's going what and where's going who. But what I say, I do think red team played better overall previous game, so I think I'd favor them. I mean, I definitely can agree that if they play the way that they played in the first game, it should be a pretty easy closeout for them. But from what I'm seeing in Champ Select, is it is not an AD Shaco. It is going to be
he's got
Demon playing
Dark
the
Harvest.
AP. So unless it's AD with Dark Harvest, he is playing Dark Harvest Sorcery, which generally leads to more of the ability power Shaco, which is the smarter move. Especially, okay, so are you in?
No, not yet. I'm on my way.
Alright, so scoreboard, let's get that all done and dusted. Time controls. Easy peasy. Okay, so we do have the small buggeroony where it doesn't start us instantly. Kinda sad. I really wish it just started instantly, but I guess it doesn't. This does give me time to rearrange things.
I am also in now at least, but my game's also not started yet.
I just need to move everyone around. Please go in order, ladies and gentlemen. I know it's not. I know it's maybe is it a bit much to ask, but please just go in order. It makes my life so much easier as a streamer.
I like to see the claims coming out this time from Crystalix.
Alright, so I am on 2 seconds.
I have not start. My game does not want to start.
So just go to the time controls and just drag it a little bit every now and then it should give a timestamp, and then you can just drag to the timestamp.
2 seconds, eh?
Yeah, so let's go 2 seconds. So on go. So 3, 2, 1, go.
Here we go.
Alright, everybody. We are now officially back into game 2 here between Yeet and GMC. No, not GM. MGC. MGC. I'm just getting...
Also see Demon taking the red pit here. Looking for that early occasion. Do you think we will be getting another early invade here, like the Nocturne game, or what do you think?
I think Shaco's invade is pretty decent, especially level but level 3 is when a Shaco can go for the invade. But prior to level 3, Shaco is actually very easily invadable because he generally goes for the box start, and most Shacos don't take flash, they take ignite. If he has the box start, he can't really get away from you. And if you have that like instant mobility, it's gonna be very hard to keep up with him. But Vex has a lot better roaming potential and better damage and utility for sure. That is very true. I mean, the ultimate very good for roaming, and can kind of back up the Shaco if he goes for any of those hardcore invades.
I think a very good roaming potential here. The roaming potential is very good from it, but I would like to see him roam down to the bot lane, get that MF Leona lane just nice going on the dot. We know, okay, once we hit 6, they win a team fight if that MF does tend to get that ulti off.
I think the MF needs to be careful of is the Zyra. Zyra ultimate, Zyra CC is has got quite a long range. So it needs
another
to be
aggressive, because I think as soon as the Zyra does land an E maybe onto that MF, I think the Trishana could look for the level 2 again with the rocket jump into the E, into just absolutely bursting her.
Blue should have scouted where the red started the jungle, and so the same buff to invade at level 3. I mean, that's definitely, if you're playing more of these invaded junglers, that is the smart move to go about it. But I think maybe they just want to play for the scaling, like Shaco and them are going to be vertically jungling, so they will meet in that top side jungle. And looking at runes and summoners, you mentioned that the Crystalix has actually gone for the cleanse this time around. Does not want to get locked down by that Leona. As then also we see first strike for Fire Pony and King. Love first strike, and first strike Zed, quite fun to play. So the only issue with Zed jungles is it does not offer too much CC or crowd, any form of other crowd control in team fights. So it's definitely a solo queue or like scaling damage dealer. Oh, and Shaco is going to go in for that level 3. That is going to be the flash from Vex, but then the immediate return flash from King Fluff. It's Vego, so a quick trade onto D-Man, but really, really good gank coming out there for D-Man.
Getting the flash early. I think the Vex does also have a little bit more kill potential than the Vega on this lane, especially. Being that she's got the fear with the E, with the Q, you know, that passive of her is really quite strong early game. A lot of people do tend to underestimate how strong that passive of her is.
Yeah, and also Seeing in chat, I think Malfa is going to be Umalot with the Grasp choice over Comet. That is generally, unfortunately, the case with the Cheese Wheel costing a lot of mana, and did not opt for any of those or any of the sorcery runes, or at least what I think. We can take a quick gander. So let's see, do we have it?
It's not as well.
Alright, as you do see, there's going to be a bit of damage coming on King Fluff there, but Cho'Gath has made the roam down onto Commander Stark, who has no flash available, but will not get run down and will walk it out. But yeah, so like looking at what the... Oh gosh, I realize you can't really see it. But there is the mana flow ban for the... Oh, but Cho'Gath takes so... Oh! Zed and
what a
Cho'Gath
roam
find
coming out from the top lane here from Steamdog on this Cho'Gath.
They find the clown with the clown caught between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, more than a monster and an assassin.
And so I have been proven wrong once again. So that is not the AP Shaco. It is going to be the AD with the Dark Harvest, which is very unfamiliar. A lot of the Shaco players often go for the Hail of Blades on AD and then Dark Harvest or even the First Strike on AP. So this is rather interesting.
Nice and early Sheen coming out here from Brewmaster. We like to see. Looking for that early potential to trade onto this Cho'Gath.
And level 4 coming out for Chrysalix and I'm just gonna say Les.
Yeah.
The biggest Les.
Yeah, it's quite a name to read.
Yes, so the shorter the better, but Doring does look like he wants to go for an engage here. Just using that pressure. Shaco is gonna be queuing in, but will unfortunately get spotted by the minions.
I think they either just spot him there, hence why they're backing off.
Spotted, yeah. I think he was just spotted in that bush, and that's why Chrysalis and Les are not going to be walking up. But wait, Les does try and drop some damage there, but D-Man will go for the Q over the wall. Leona does have the E available, will drop the exhaust with multiple summoners dropped.
Flash coming out there. That's a lot of summoners blown onto one poor Zyra.
Yeah.
But I see Fire Pony is also in the bot side, so he could look to do wolves and look for a counter here in the river. But I don't think we are going to be seeing the skirmish for the dragon. I think this dragon's going over to Yeet.
Yeah, Shaco does have a relatively good dragon take, like if he's able to get the backstabs. And we see, I'm expecting full lethality, but Shaco, it seems to be TBH seems to be the way he plays it, short fights. As you see, there is going to be rotations coming about for this dragon. Fire Pony and King Fluff are going to be going there. There's 4 versus 4 now. Baby Cage is available. There are some low health bars. Shaco will pick up one. Vex does drop the ulti. Is going to go in onto that Zed there. Does so much damage. The burst almost getting him. Fire Pony able to win the flash. Will try to go to the jump onto Captain Stark. Is going to be able to take it down. Goran also quite low. Shaco picking up one, but then immediately traded for the Zyra. Is that is Zyra falling for the Vex. Shaco able to pick up a kill here.
Blue side definitely coming out on top here, picking up the infernal. I mean, going 2 for 1. It's not the end of the world being 1 for 1, but I mean they have now got the lead, I would assume, because of getting that early dragon, which puts them in a very nice spot, bot lane specifically.
Now we just take a look back at the top lane where it's just a bunch of it's 2 wet noodles knacking each other.
The DP did get cancelled from Brewmaster, by the way. Yeah, I think Knock Up Always Silence came through from the Cho'Gath side.
Yeah, very smart play coming out there, but now D-Man is going to yoink away this blue buff from Fire Pony, who's going to be very mad about that. Baby cage. Oh, barely walks out the baby cage. Okay, so the power of Vex on display there, so much harder to kill than she looks. I mean, the mobility she has and the disengage with her E, I believe it's her E, right? It's the shield.
No, the W is the shield.
W is the shield. Okay.
Can stop any dash.
But a lot of potential to make big plays here, especially when that ulti is available. Are going to be going for more of those big and aggressive fights. Shaco can also follow up with that very easily and just catch someone completely off guard. It's, again, like Shaco relies a lot on the unpredictability of your teammates, like plays of the idea like they don't know who he is, where he is. But in team fights, the later in the game it gets, the easier it is to communicate where the clown is going. But it does look like he wants to go for a mid gank here. He's going to queue over, he's going to get to King Fluff. But King Fluff suspected something and immediately walked away. And not going to do much, as now 2 Fly and Doring are staying in a bush, but Ordering the minions so they are spotted. Much more tame in this bot lane, would you say?
Yeah, it's not as aggressive as we assumed it would be. I mean, they have got Leona MF versus the Tristana. I mean, it's two aggressive lanes, but it looks to be just playing out quite peacefully.
Even in the mid lane, it's like Veigar is not doing so hot in some of these trades here. Top lane, just a wet noodle fight. Up, and now Shaco is going to catch out Steam Dog. Steam Dog goes for the knock-up. Shaco is only level 5. Does not have enough damage to really go for this fight here. As you see, the Vex does drop the ultimate. Does not connect with Steam Dog, but does get caught out in the baby cage. But will be able to pick up 1 kill there. Will get executed by the Veigar. But Malphite has returned, has gone for the Unstoppable Force. Will pick up 1 Zed. Is there now to try and take down Captain Stark. Brewmaster will pick up the extra movement speed from the cheese wheel, but the knock up into the death mark coming out before they give it the blast code, and the pop happens with Fire Pony picking up his 2nd kill here onto Brewmaster.
It was a bit of an overextension there with the Shaco. I would not have gotten back for that kill, seeing that he still had ult up. The Veigar still had ult up. That I think is a bit costly, seeing that they are going to be losing this rift. I think a very good thing here to do would be just to get this Veigar, either put it mid or just look to break open top for the Cho'Gath. I mean, he has been roaming quite well. If you get to break open top here, it would be a really good potential for him to be even
Shaco
more.
Is going to go for a fight onto the Zed, but immediately catches out and uses the W. But Steam Dog has been roaming quite a bit, and it does look like the Fire Pony is going to be helping him out a little bit more. Get the tower plate and get that extra gold. But D-Man and Malphite are there, as Shaco does look like he's going in for the kill here onto Fire Pony. Does have the hallucinate. But is he going to use it? Fire Pony is just hanging around just in case. But not much more will come out of it, as Brewmaster will continue to shove that wave. Zed leaving. Cho'Gath looking for that easy reset. And now we see nothing more. Bot lane being pushed under tower. 2Fly and Doring are going to have a lot of pressure in this lane. Can even go for something as ballsy as a solar flare ultimate here.
Yeah, they could look for it. I mean, both ADCs are sitting on the Noon Quiver. I think, however, the MF output is a little bit better here ability-wise, if she does manage to get off that bullet time.
We see the initial squishiness from the Malphite I talked about. Abyssal would have been a good choice for my first item. Seeing all the AP damage around top and mid, I can back that one. I mean, the Shaco's magic will have magic damage auto attacks. The Cho'Gath does a lot of magic damage. Even the Veigar and Zyra. So that item would have been quite good, at least for the Malphite.
Yeah, it also would have given him a little bit more of the sustain with the mana as well on the item. It would have given him a lot more sustain, so he would be able to just stay in lane a bit better.
Like the healing, the mana regen, all that would be very useful for the Malphite. But the cheese wheels, they're not doing as much damage as you would like. Oh goodness, we have just been pushed to stage 6 load shedding, ladies and gentlemen. Oh goodness, that is not good. That's not so good.
How is your schedule looking?
Well, I've got Solus. Luckily I'm not going to be too affected, but I'm worried more about the other teams that are getting affected. And sure, maybe we've gone. That Zed's passive is also AP damage. Yeah. That's what I was mentioning as well. Is that his execute AP is magic damage. Zyra does drop the ulti there. Vix going for the hard engage. Will get the fear on the 5 point. Does use the death mark. Just try and get out. Does have the W there. Is he going to be able to pick up one? No, he is not. As he ulted the clone. Vex does get the reset onto the Zed. Will continue on to King Fluff. This does look like it could be possible without a dive, but King Fluff picks up D-Man. The bullet time is available, but will drop it, but King Fluff will just walk away. Steam Dog has made his way down bot side. He did walk all the way from top. Looks like he wants to go for a play here, but Leona will really go for the re-engage onto Steam. Brewmaster has come in for the TP down here. Does have the unstoppable force, but the flash is there. There are 3 very low health bars on Yeet, and Brewmaster is looking for that ultimate.
His fingers.
Oof, it's a Malphite's away dream. And he lands it onto the Cho'Gath. Doesn't land on the double. As Chrysalix will take down Brewmaster, but then there's going to be immediate trade as 2Fly takes down 1. Commander Stark tanking tower will fall. That is Chrysalix picking up another kill. Cho'Gath locks down the Vex. as
That overextension is definitely going to cost them. I mean, they at least got the Drake, but I mean, that overextension is going to cost them a lot. They've now lost the ADC, the mid laner, and the top laner, getting a lot back on the Crucifix here.
but Doring is just playing with his Debia. But at this point in the game, it is looking a little bit grim for MGC. Mana is looking like a different player this game. Really good to see his mental not having been affected by the previous game. I have a lot of respect for that as well. I mean, he's playing a lot more aggressive. He's a lot more confident. I feel like he wasn't able to really exert a lot of his confidence in the previous game. So very happy to see that. But the Veigar did not opt for the Rod of Ages, went for the Crown of the Shattered Queen, just to try to get rid of that initial burst from the Shaco and the Vex.
Okay. So now, my question comes around. We're seeing the Veigar shining again.
Like, Veigar, like, was this to be expected? Like, Fire Pony looked like he's wants to get invaded by Shaco. They're going to be getting a clone popping out, but pings coming out left and right. Shaco just trying to see if he can do a little bit of bamboozling in the jungle here, but the big Les is going to try and hold the wave, but Crysalix will go in for 2-Fly. 2-Fly has no flash, does have heal. Full rocket, full burn will come out from the bomb. Solar Flare doing enough just to try and buy enough time for the MF, but could not get anything off. The ulti coming out from the Zyra. Crysalix not going to go for the jump in, but does pick up another kill onto Misfortune. Oh, but D-Man getting locked down by King Fluff, who is now 6-1 on this Veigar. Once again, really showing how effective this pick can be.
That was a very good fight from the Zyra side, actually. Led the CC quite well, built very well for Crysalix. Had some nice setup.
Oh, but Leona now goes for the engage onto the Tristan. Actually, a lot of damage coming out with that grass burn. And then Doring taking quite low. Will have to back off, and Crysalix will not greed for it. But Commander is going to be the binding force for this team. Is going to be the initial engage, try and get onto that back line with the Leona follow-up. Now King Fluff looking very, very scary on this Veigar. He's even built into the Seraph, so will be very safe from that Shaco burst once that full item has been picked up.
I like the crown pickup. I especially like this crown pickup on the Veigar once again. There's so much burst in their team. This crown is just going to help him stop one of the abilities that could either just one-shot him in a team fight or just absolutely turn the team fight around.
What I do think is rather unfortunate. Okay, so Zed has picked up the full Eclipse, has the full CR boots, and is now picking up that Rift Herald. Shaco falling a little behind in the clear, has not been able to pick up that crucial Dusk Blade, and has still got 10 more stacks left on that Smite. So Zed will have the priority for the next Dragons if this Shaco doesn't pick up some of his farm. Okay, so big lack in communication just now in the bot lane. MFO extending while Leona was clearing ward, and Leona clearing ward first instead of coming back as soon as MF got exhausted. Yeah, I think for the Leona Misfortune lane to work, you've got to be able to communicate consistently. And I think unfortunately that slight miscommunication did cost the MF her life there. And hopefully they don't make that same mistake again. But now we see bot lane has been rotated into the mid. Commander Stark still dealing with the Tristana and the Zyra. Veigar heading to the bot side. Gonna pick up some more farm as they do prepare for this next dragon. Up. I see Big Les does land connect on. Oh, but Leona connecting with the E onto the Zyra. Zyra knows to go up the Vex will immediately go onto the jump for Crysalix. Crysalix having to use the jump and use the flash. But now Commander Stark is deep in enemy lines along with the Shaco, who is going to send his clone over. They are going to go for a fight there. They do spot the Shaco on the back line. Les doing so much damage, but the Zed ulti coming out onto the clone. Firebone having to walk away. That's going to be a flash from Brewmaster. Massive bullet time, doing some damage, but the big Les will take down Brewmaster. Veigar taking down the Shaco. Doran locked in the baby cage, and will be a second kill for the Zyra, as then will look like likely be the third for the Veigar, as that is a triple kill for King Fluff and a double for Les.
What positioning coming out there from Crysalix? Positioning was really, really nice, and the Veigar box once again just providing that utility that we were talking about. They couldn't really, once they got onto him with all the CC and the missed Malphite ult really cost them there.
Yeah, and it's just, it was, this Veigar pick being let through was a bit of, I think it was a bit of a drafting error. I think Veigar has such a huge impact in these team fights now, and that extended range buff on his W and his Q really kind of gave him that extra oomph that he needed, and it's very hard to lock him down. Shaco can't get into that back line, and neither can the Vex. Like, it's just so hard. The Veigar's gonna be super tanky now. He's got that pseudo tank item with the crown. Is going to have the shield coming out from the Archangels, and it's just gonna look very comfortable. So I'm just as shocked as you to see that this Veigar was not banned.
I mean, he's going 9-1 again. He is going to be something that they are definitely going to be playing around this, him and the Tristana once again. I think, however, the Zyra is a bit of a better pick into the team comp because of the disruption and the zone control she has with that ulti of hers.
Yeah, I mean, her general zone control is really good. We do see this in the possible happening top side. But see, Doran does look for an engage onto the Zyra here, but there's a certain engage happening top side. As Vex gets the re-engage onto King Fluff, bursted down the crown, but that ultimate coming out from Zyra absolutely annihilates Vex. And Tristana will pick up that last hit.
Alright, putting the Rift Hill top just to break up on the top side here. I would have liked if they could have broken open mid, maybe after the skirmish going down in the bottom side.
But they are going to just keep more pressure on the top side. Brewmaster taking so much damage there. It does use the ulti here to escape. Shaco taking so much damage from the Tristana. And so the Shaco pixels are hurting them a lot. And it's unfortunate because they weren't able to use Shaco his full potential in the early game and does struggle. Cho'Gath goes for the big om nom nom. Gets the stack of Roonies. And now we see two fly and Doran try and go for the flank here, but that is going to be the TV coming in from the Veigar. Z doubles over the wall, does use the left mark onto the Misfortune. Misfortune has nowhere to go. There's so much burst. But two fly will survive with help of the shield bow. I think King's Bluff will finish off Doran. And more gold going onto this Veigar, who is 10-1.
I think that's just Tristana shield, but she's 3-0-6, but she is doing quite a lot of damage as well, as you saw on the Shaco there. But I mean, once again, a good TP coming out, good rotations coming out from red side. It just seems like blue side's just slipping up. They can't keep up with the micro and the macro.
Yeah, and the Shaco pick, unfortunately, not able to use its full strength in that early game. Was not able to get in those early ganks off, was not able to get those early picks to put those necessary lanes ahead. And like many Shaco players will know, once you hit past 15 minutes, if you don't have at least 2 kills, you can't do anything. You are a glorified cannon minion who's got smite. That is the bluntest way to put it, but Shaco players will know. As we see Demon finally finishing off, almost finished with that smite item. Needs to clear one more, but Serpent's Fang coming out from the Z here, just to get rid of that Malphite shield, as well as the shield bow and the Vex shield. So very good itemization coming out from Fire Pony.
Looks is going into, I see the Battlegross mirror coming out. Looks like he's going into Imperial, it seems.
It could be going into Imperial, could be going into the Shurelias, wants to play more of that hard engage. Just drop the Shurelias, send people flying in, or give the MF some kiting potential. A J4 for blue team here would have changed the game entirely, even with the Veigar. Yeah, I think Jarvan, very meta jungler right now, would have definitely turned the tables just a little bit more, give them more of that lockdown for those immobile carries. Shaco, unfortunately, not living really up to his expectations.
Red side, I see clearing some vision art.
Okay, Brewmaster not taking too much damage from the Veigar just yet. Doesn't really have any pen. And he is sitting, we are going to do a stat count. He is sitting on 265 stacks. Has 561 ability power. Baby Cage is dropped, is going to catch Brewmaster, but will not lock him down.
Red team are really trying to force to get this tower down in the mid to open up the map a lot more for them. They could be also just looking to keep them mid. Look to just set up the dragon that is coming up in a few seconds.
They weren't even possibly set for Baron. They are looking for a siege. And Commander Stark, oh my goodness, takes half his health in Veigar damage.
Coming out there from King Fluff again.
King Fluff is just looking like he's unstoppable on this Veigar. with D-Man sending the clone forward. Is going to catch out the Cho'Gath, but that massive baby cage will catch out Leona, getting absolutely one shot. Even without the ulti, I don't even think it was even necessary.
I think they can just back off Go Dragon here. It's pretty free on the table. I don't think blue side can even contest.
Yeah, and it's okay. As we see now, do the Boo's biggest focus for the future games should be to work on communication. Red has really been communicating well, and it shows. And they all do these rotations. They know who they're playing around. They know the strength. They know the weaknesses of their own comp. I'm not going to force anything that they can't pull off. As the baby cage is dropped, there is flash for Brewmaster. We'll get out of there. But that is a flash burned. And that is no more escape from any of this baby cages or knockups. As they are going to try and get this tower. They don't want to use the Cho'Gath Demolish on it. As Zed does go for the fight onto the Misfortune. Still not enough damage. Shield Bow coming in clutch once again for 2Fly.
Shield Bow was a really, really good pickup. I mean, he would have died easily 3-4 more times if he had not had it.
Yeah, I think really good itemization there from 2Fly. Going to be very useful. Especially the likes of the Vega and the Zed. I don't think it's going to be particularly useful into the Vega anymore, because that Vega is sitting on a very comfortable and breezy 673 ability power, where I think the Shield Bow can only really block. It only blocks around 300 damage.
Yeah, I think 500 at fully scale at level 18. I think it only blocks about 500. So I mean, that's not even gonna. That's gonna be not even a Vega Q blocked.
Yeah, Vega, that's just what the scaling of this Vega has added. And then the Cho'Gath also been allowed to scale a bit more with the Heartsteel. And also it looks like he's going to that Abyssal Mask. Just to kind of pick up for the Malphite and pick up for the Vex. Really good itemization there. But the Malphite's still only out for the Balmy Cinder.
He'd be coming out here to look to save the bot side.
Oh, but the damage! Oh, so much damage here from King Fluff. The W will lock down one. Vega is looking like he can continue the chase here onto 2Fly, but 2Fly does have the movement speed. Oh, but will have to flash. Does not look like Fly has anywhere to go, and that will be a flash cube for King Fluff, who is now 13-1 on this Vega. With Brewmaster now looking to go bot side, does have the ultimate available. Wants to look for a fight. They will land on Tristana. Will drop the cleanse immediately. Baby cage into the ultimate from the Zyra. Into the rocket jump, and Crystals will pick up one, and Commander Stock will walk away. But
yeah,
again,
I think Red Side just needs to shove middle bot in here, look to reset, and then either do Baron or look to get one more pick and set up Baron. I mean, they're in such a strong position at the moment.
Yeah, and Vex now gets caught in the baby cage. So much damage. Oh my! And the burst from the rocket, the burst from the bombs on the tower will lock down the Vex. But Vega and Zed both have shield-destroying items with Serpent's Fang and Shadow Flame, so it's going to lose utility exponentially quickly from this point. So I think shields just in general are going to be, like as you said, shields are going to be very difficult. As you do see, there's going to be a connect onto Chrysalis, but there will be a buffered rocket jump into the Phenomenal Power. Oh no, Primordial Burst, sorry. King Fluff is looking absolutely menacing on this Vega. And unfortunately, the Shaker still not able to find the value. Does look like he wants to go for the fight here onto the back line. Does drop the Hallucinate. But Big Les is a delete. The Big Les is deleted? No, deletes Doring 2. And deletes 2Fly.
Better word. Yeah, I just think they look to just push bot in here. Just get this inability to reset. Look, their macro is just coming out so nicely.
So now Vex is going to go for the fight there. Is he going to be able to get at least one kill there? Does drop the death mark. And does not tank the tower. Really good. Oh, but Shaco coming in with the E. Picking up a kill there. And that is a big shutdown going over to D-Man. But is it going to be enough? This Vega is such an absolute menace. Shaco is going to try to go for the one shot. The W almost 100-0ing D-Man. As now he is stuck between multiple members. And will be taken down by Fluff once again. Oh my goodness.
How much AP does this Vega have now?
This Vega, we look at this Vega look. So Vega right now is sitting at 724 ability power.
Jeez,
and
that's a lot.
I think he should have Rabadons now. So if you look at his gold.
Yeah, most likely he's gonna back and buy it now.
Yeah, he's got 2.9k. And if he does have futures market, which I think he might have, or he's just farming it up, just trying to get close to it. At this point, Vega, QW are all delete buttons, to be fair. I mean, like every one of his abilities is a delete button. Except for the baby cage, every single one of his abilities is a delete button. And now with the next drag coming up, it is Ocean is the soul, Ocean Soul.
It looks like they are setting up here for the Ocean, yeah.
The Ocean Soul is going to be very, very good for this Vega and for this Shogun. They're going to be constantly fighting. As now
But not
they
even just them. I mean, look at the Tristana. She's got the Bloodthirst. That Ocean Soul is going to be so
Doran
good.
has nowhere to be, and that's a flash down. Brewmaster walks into Chrysalis, but that rocket jump will save her there. As now Shogato holding the line, keeping these carries protected. Ultra Chrysalis is going to be starting up this dragon. Does not look like blue side are going to go for the contest just yet. They want to delay as much as possible. Doran is caught out in the red jungle, or in the blue jungle, and that is the third dragon going over to Yeet, who have 3 mountain drakes now, as there's going to be an engage coming in now onto Fire Pony. The Fire Pony will be able to lock down the Malphite. So much damage, but Zed will be taken down by Commander Stark. And then the Zyra ulti knocks out Malphite, having to bring the ulti to get out there, but will immediately get bombed out by Tristana. Baby Cage is dropped. So much damage from Veigar. Doran getting absolutely annihilated, as there's the TPs coming out, and it does look like they want to close out this game quickly.
I mean, they get it easily. Yet, what's another Baby Cage? But also, what a very nice knock-up from the Cho'Gath. They just to knock up the backline, just to cause that disruption. And also, even though he did maybe just... He didn't get the best flash out of it, the Tristana. He flashed into the wall, unfortunately. But I mean, he did flash out of all the damage.
Yeah, I think both that flash out early really did make the difference. And if you have no summoners into Veigar, Zyra, like you're not going anywhere. Well, this is such a tough game for the blue team. A little bit tough on that side. They were not able to get the engage that they wanted. They had a very good team comp built, but the pick potential that the Zed and the Veigar have offered have been too good here. Now, Veigar, out of the 33 kills, has got a 27 KP.
Yeah, he's almost got a 90% kill participation, if it is not 90%.
He's got 1,300 ability power.
I think if he touches anything, it dies.
Yeah, he literally can just breathe onto anyone and they'll die. Like, that Shaco is going to die so fast. Like, Shaco only has 1,700 health. It's a QW. You're basically dead, bro.
I think even if he just lands, maybe just Q ulti and he's dead.
And they do try and get the pick here onto the Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath is still quite tanky, but massive AoE burst coming in front of Zed. Malphite does try and get the knockup, but Zyra will drop the ulti as well, locking down one. Chrysalis jumps in the back line, takes down Misfortune. And that is a double kill for Veigar. As now, they're going to very quickly take this Baron with the Zed Tristana Veigar. Plenty of damage to go around. And it does look Cho'Gath did TP into the base and is going to try and go for the end here. Vex is desperately trying to hold that wave, but Steam Dog just keeping the Baron up minions there while the rest of the team are going to be rotating.
I think they just look to go for the end now. But what team fighting coming out from the Shred side team? Really, that last fight sums it up. The Baby Cage coming on top of the burst from the Zed and the Veigar together. It's just
too much, man. Commander getting absolutely annihilated as Yeet take game 2 and take the series.
What nice macro we've seen come out here from Yeet today. Really, they outclassed their opponents here on the macro side of things, and also I think on the drafting side of things, they also did just pick them as well.
Yeah, like looking at how the draft was built, there was a lot of potential for blue side with the Malphites, but at the end of the day, like Malphite, Leona, and the Misfortune had really good synergy, but they were not able to connect any of the Shaco, unfortunately falling a little bit short, as well as the Misfortune not able to get the damage off due to the Veigar, as well as the plenty of disruption from the Zyra and the Cho'Gath.
I mean,
yeah,
that Veigar I think is, in my opinion, MVP is definitely the mid laner here for.
Have to hand it to King
Fluff by far.
Yeah, so King Fluff coming out absolutely clutch here in this series with this Veigar. But kudos from Commander for being the MVP for blue in the last game, really not letting up and putting up a good fight from mid. I mean, it's just unfortunate how he had, like, his laning phase didn't always go as planned, but he always put up a good fight. And I have to say, yeah, so if I were looking at Commander Stark, did really put the work in, tried very hard to keep that lead with the Vex, but Veigar got too far ahead. There's very little you can do against a fed Veigar.
And he had some really, really nice engages with the Vex ulti, but it just wasn't enough to get the team on his back and just run away with the game.
Yeah, so that is so GG well played to everybody. GG well played to Yeet and to the boys on Brewmaster's boys. I've almost forgotten again. But I haven't. I promise I haven't. So now MGC unfortunately do fall short, and I'm gonna choose the outcome so that Yeet do take the points, and they do win this second game and win the first series. But we do have a bit of time to go on quite a long break. Up, Toby, you're releasing the hydrate. Up, we got to take
Yeah,
the
you gotta
bad luck.
drink the monsters. Come on. You want the ambulance that you're gonna have it now.
Yeah, man. I mean, I've got 2 more left, and we still got like 3 more series to do.
Yeah, it's gonna be a long day.
Letting that Vega through was a mistake that really can't be overlooked for a draft from a draft perspective. Yeah, I was very surprised when we didn't see the Vega ban.
Yeah, it's 100% agreeable. I mean, the short first game, it should have just been first ban coming out from the red side again.
And it's at the end of the day, red side needs to kind of just work on that communication and understanding more what their priorities are in the ban phase, and I think they would have had a solid game going for them.
Yeah, I mean, if the Vega wasn't there, the Vix would still have been such a good pick. I think if they look also just to play a little bit more through the mid side, it would be a lot better for them.
I can agree. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take quite a break. We have got the next series coming up at 5 o'clock. It is going to be the 5 o'clock match is between Oryx, Blizzaga, and UWU, 5 p.m. So please be sure to stick around. All go and take a small break, have some coffee, grab some popcorn, and in about 40 minutes, just over 30 minutes, we'll be having some more League of Legends. So Van Vega swap Shaker for J4, and the game changes completely. Yeah, because then you are more in control of the team fights.
A lot of more elite prowess as well. But yeah, we will then be seeing all of you guys at 5 again.
Yeah, so thank you to everyone who came to watch for this first series, and we're going to take quite a break. So I will see you all in the next game. I'm gonna. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for some more League of Legends. We have got this. We got the matchup between UWU and I think it's Oryx. Oryx Blizzaga. Oryx Blizzaga out here with being led by none other than Shaco's himself. So now we are going to be hopping into Champs League for game one.
Straight into
What are we
it.
going to see here, ladies and gentlemen?
Well, I think it probably might just be something very standard. Probably going to have the first 3 bans as usual.
Well, there we go with
Jinx.
the
Thank God.
it's a ban coming out.
I actually,
Nice
I
to
even
stand.
messaged, I think, what is it? Unique about it. It's like, why are these South African teams letting Jinx through, right, on first pick? And it might just be a
But
thing
we've
of
been also
comfort.
seeing a lot of Gangplank bang
Yeah.
nowadays. Like,
Yeah, it's the only gang
ooh,
bans, and then the Fiora target ban in that top side.
this is my type of game.
I like it already.
Whew, but all these carry top lane is already gone, so we're gonna see wet noodle top lanes. I'm telling you.
That's for sure. Evelyn ban coming through as well. I mean, I think Evelyn's pretty strong at the moment. It might just be like a comfort ban as well, but
Yeah, I mean, but if played well, she can have it really get very well.
Yeah, for sure.
Enjoy your stay.
I think she's also getting to the Wukong, isn't she?
Hello,
Is she?
Mr.
Yeah, I
Dung
might.
Beetle.
Kind of.
Because Wukong's like pretty good, like level 1 as well. No,
No.
Oh,
I think she's a
not level 1. I mean, like.
better-
Really?
The Synods, like, so
yeah.
I think the Melio ban was definitely expected. Very, very powerful hyper carry, like utilizing support. And then the Vayne immediately taken away there as well. So there's no Vayne Melio that's going to 1v9. But then Aurelian Soul, love to see it.
Nice scaling pick. Curing the scaling nice and early in the mid lane.
Ooh,
We
the
see it a bit
Dung
less
Beetle.
nowadays.
The Dung Beetle, I'm Namibians living in Korea. Ooh, you got the good ping. Is it? Are you gonna be the next? Are you gonna be the next faker?
That's actually
I
kind of
like
cool.
the Fearless pick here. The Fearless pick is really, really nice because it's best, like ADC in my opinion, after like the Zaya Jinx meta.
I do say I like it. I do like the affiliates, and then you can kind of just pair it up with because the Lulu is open.
It's the same meta that.
What do you pick against him here? No, the Zaya is open. So,
the Zaya, I mean, maybe even probably not Zeri because you've just locked in Morgana, but I think they're just gonna leave it for now.
They're not even gonna prioritize it. Dung Beetle met Faker last year.
Wait, that's actually sick. At
Man,
MSI.
it's crazy. Yeah, he was in Korea, yeah, and he's got 3 MS, and he met Faker last year.
That's pretty cool.
That's lucky mental, man. Well, I'm so jealous. But then we see there's gonna be they're gonna prioritize the Darius, but there was a Shyvana hover, so that could implicate there might be a Darius jungle.
I salute the top laner.
Yeah, so then
playing Darius.
That is gonna be a Seraphine synergy with the Aphelios. That is a really juicy synergy for that bot lane.
This is a good team fight already for them.
Now Wukong's still open for what was it? Other side. I just saw that they locked in Sejuani. Yeah, got a lot of lockdown, so that should be very helpful in sort of starting the engage. But now that they've decided to leave, ADC pick to the second one, they can literally just ban it out and reduce the pool, which is kind of a problem with leaving it to the very last pick. So
I honestly would like something like an Israel ban here, to be honest.
Ezreal ban here, yeah.
Ezreal would be really good. I definitely think they've already got the safety of the Morgana. And with the Ezreal Morgana, that does mean that bot lane is relatively safe. Morgana can look for some more roams where the Ezreal can kind of sit back and farm. What's the rank of the people in this tournament? We've got some peeps sitting around like high silver gold. I believe we got a diamond player on the one team as well on Sade's team. And looking around gold at that point, average rank gold to maybe plat. But each team varies in its own way. And I think ranks do have a small role, especially in good team play.
Zaya and Zeri still open for blue side as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised there was no Zaya ban, as they did prioritize the classics.
As well as Ezreal, I like Toby mentioned, which I think is becoming like a better and better pick, and maybe even like next patch might become better.
I mean, he already is looking quite strong now, where his builds
He's
kind of
really,
reverted
really
back.
safe, man.
Yeah, he's really safe. Yeah,
he's reverted back to that Triforce build, but now Ornn is going to be locked in the top. That's 2 very tanky front lines, and we are going to be seeing Vega.
Are we? They could be
Third
trolling.
game in a row. So wait, where's
That
that
is-
already? Wait, hold on. Is that going to be Vega bot lane? That has to be.
Could be. It could be good into the Aphelios. It's just as hard as the scaling pick as the Aphelios is, if
I
not
mean,
even
and
more.
Aphelios is immobile, and there is no real negation of CC available other than the flash.
Yeah,
So
I mean, you can hit his combo easily with the Morg.
Yeah, but
It's-
Vegar's just as vulnerable. Obviously, you do have the Morgana Black Shield, but past that, there's just so little tools for you to get out. And and they have so many tools to engage themselves. I mean, like you got Sejuani, Seraphine, on.
yeah, now
I
we
don't-
get
I
the
don't really see it.
Rek'Sai.
Yeah, to be honest, I would like the Wukong here more.
Oh,
Yeah.
we get the Rek'Sai. Okay, so
That's a bit.
their team is
It's
very
harder
much
to execute,
single
no?
target. It's a harder team comp to execute, but they've got a lot of pick potential. Like if that Morgana binding has, it's super easy for the Rek'Sai to go in. They are just amazing. Thank you for the follow, this Dubscob, and thank you D-Man for the follow. Welcome to the boys, or I don't know what I'm calling us at this point. But it's the boys. And it's a general term. But then the Ari locked in mid. That could be. It's. I don't know how I feel about the Ari. Maybe it's a very good mobility.
Yeah, exactly. But they have so much tools to just start a team fight whenever they want to, and disengage as well. Pretty much
Yeah, the thing
everything
is,
that they need here.
how are they going to shut down the Ori in the mid lane after 6? They
Yeah.
can't.
It might be a bit
really.
tricky to lock them down. Like I think if you're looking at Sade's team, I'm just gonna say that for now until I remember what the pictures were. But realistically, they've only got one hard AD damage champion. Because Darius will do that bleed, but they've got Ornn and Sejuani. Like these are some of the tankiest champions in the game, and you're really only playing with that hard AP scaling rather than that hard AD scaling. Because Rek'Sai often goes lethality.
Yeah, but she doesn't scale as hard. She's going to need to build that cleaver early, like second item.
As well as Darius, probably.
Yeah.
No, not really early, but it has to be a consideration, considering that they decided to commit to the Veigar. And just block that in.
We are gonna get predictions in for everybody, so let's get it going. So we got Oryx on the one side, and then we have UWU on the other side. Those are sentences I never thought I'd ever say, but here we are. Poor Rek'Sai loses Prowler's Claw. Yeah, rip Prowler's Claw, everybody. Items getting
yeah.
removed.
That's actually really sad. I don't know how to feel about these item changes.
They've basically decided whatever you thought you were comfortable on, psych, and they just threw everything away.
Welcome to preseason 2023.
Yeah, it's mid preseason part 1.
Yeah, exactly.
So team comp wise, scaling, both have quite a bit of it. Like I can't really, the Veigar and Aurelion Sol obviously with the infinite scaling will be very dangerous in the late game. But if we look, they got Aphelios, you've got Ornn, Sejuani. These are some really hard scaling champions. The ornaments will be quite useful for the Aphelios into that late game. But it's the way either these team need to execute it is play the early safe and then scale into the late. But need to make sure that the other team doesn't get the correct scaling. So put Aurelion Sol behind, put Veigar behind. Don't give them any room to breathe and try and accelerate your hyper carries like the Aphelios and the Ari.
Yeah.
If I had to be 100% honest, I think the best way Shade's team could do it is play through topside, dude. Get that Darius.
Absolutely.
Dung Beetle thing I used to cast myself. If you're interested, I have quite a little pick and ban script. I'd definitely be interested. You drop me. My Discord is linked below, as well as all the other socials and whatnots. So feel free to drop them to me, and we'll implement them. And you can even come and cast on if you want, Dung Beetle. But I don't know what the time zones are like between South Africa and Korea. I feel it's quite large, isn't it? Because like it's so far to the east.
Is it?
Yes, South Korea. So I know the time zones are kind of iffy, but at the end of the day, we'll make a plan. We're always out here making plans. But thank you again to all the new follows that have come through. Thank you for Brewmaster. It's now midnight. Damn, it's 5 o'clock here. So that's
Damn.
Jeez, like man, that's you're up this late. I had mad respect for that one.
Exactly.
But, so we got 10 seconds
I
till we
still
hop
like
in.
the Morgana name. It's amazing.
I like Morgana's name is memeing on Michael Jackson and Annie being from Star Wars. At least I think so. So I could be very wrong, and it could just be a reference to Annie, like the character, but that is likely not going to be the case.
Mm.
I do
I'm actually like a huge Star Wars nerd.
Yeah, I'm absolutely yeah, dude.
I'm a Lord of the Rings nerd.
I've never seen Star Wars in my life, man.
Lord of the Rings is my bread and butter.
Right, but we got Bella. She's sleeping over here. She's keeping an eye on everything. I'm in tomorrow. He's in the future, guys. He's in the future. Now, can you tell us who's going to win MSI?
No, I don't think I just
Golden
have
Guardians. Please let it be Golden Guardians.
Honestly, I wouldn't even be mad if it were Golden Guardians and not an EU team.
They're playing so
That'd be
well,
sick.
man.
Exactly. The stick say winning would be crazy.
Okay, let's just reorganize the scoreboard because are people in?
I'm in, but my game's not playing, so just give me a second.
You mean it's like on a black screen?
It's
Yeah.
on the thing.
Yeah.
Just gotta drag it a little bit. So
There
now
we
pause it
go.
on 2 seconds. All right.
Cool.
Okay, so on go, we all on pause. So 3, 2, 1, go. We
All
good?
set. Yeah.
All right, looks like we are in, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be going to game 1. I'm going to switch the scene now. There we go. I really hope that the logos and stuff came out pretty well. Okay, they're a bit off center. I do apologize for that. I'll try and fix them soon, but the spectator black screen is now gone. And now we are into game 1 of the series of NamLol 2023. Second game today. Very curious to see how these teams are going to execute.
Definitely for sure. I feel like this roadside comp is kind of sick. Like, there's definitely a lot of ways you can execute it.
Really cool.
Instant pulls.
Yeah, so we got a small pause. Nope, I need to go to... Which screen do I need to go to? This is the one. I'm going to just go to the just chatting just for a little while as we wait for everyone to reconnect and disconnect. I know that it's not... It's just the beginning of the game. There isn't really any positioning issues, but I have recently made aware that some teams were using pauses to come and catch the stream and find positioning, find out where wards are, which...
How do people even find this out? That it happens?
Yeah, so I've collectively, some of the team captains, not going to really give any names, all very confidential, but they also mentioned on us, they were worried some teams were losing fights just after having they had no vision, they cleared out vision, and they were able to steal the dragon, steal the baron. So at that point, we just had to make sure that it's fair for everyone. I do hope that the people that are doing it don't do it anymore, because it's very unfair, and I feel like it's... If you're here for an honorable game of League of Legends, I think the best thing you can do is you can support you're more welcome to support the stream, but have it muted or have the tab closed. Just make it a fair game. This is these from me. It's just a bit of a PSA for anyone who has been doing that or is intending to use it for that reason. But we are back as we're going to be heading back into this game here. Bada bing, bada boom.
All stacking into that bush.
Do you think they're going to look for the late invade?
They could look for a late invade. I mean, DC-wise, they've got the Ari charm, but I don't know what UWU have, particularly. They've got the Morgana Q. It's also, can we just appreciate there are 3 comments on the one team? 3 comments. You're just going to see comments going
right on top of each other.
We're
Gonna have to go now.
Yeah, and then
No shenanigans, level 1. Keeping a little bit.
They were just covering up.
I was lucky expecting some shenanigans, but I guess
I've been waiting for an invade all day.
Exactly. We're like, hey, we're ready, but they decided a 5 point. I don't really think like Red Side have that good of a level 1 regardless, so...
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, they have a lot of CC if Seraphine does go E, you know, Johnny's got the Q, but I think they've already taken their abilities.
Yeah, pretty much.
So Morgana did opt for the Q start, and Rek'Sai invades pretty okay. Like, it's not terrible, but it's also not great. Particularly with the Halo Blades can have a really aggressive fight with the Sejuani, but later in the game, it's a bit tricky.
Before 6, I think it's still like she really does still beat. How can I put this? She beats early game. She just beats down on the poor Sejuani. Sejuani early game is not that strong.
Yeah, it's not the greatest, but we see that Darius has actually been rotated into the mid lane with Aurelion still going top into the Ornn, as maybe trying to play around with the resistances there.
I do feel that makes it a bit of a free lane for Aurelion Sol as well. So, I mean, if Darius is comfortable against this Ari, I guess why not? I can kind of see the logic behind it. If I'm at least following the right logic.
Yeah, so logically, the Ornn's not gonna really go for those early fights, where Darius will be able to just tank a little bit of the Ahri's damage, but Ahri would have been very aggressive to deal with, especially for the Aurelian who wants to just sit and farm.
I mean, I don't agree with the swap. I think it would have been a better swap for the... I don't know. I just think the Darius would have done a lot better against the Ornn.
Yeah, I think that is true. Darius probably he had the better matchup in both outcomes, but maybe realistically they were looking to give the Aurelian Soul a fairly safe laning. And
Yeah.
Looking for an early mid ganker.
Ahri's not really a super safe lane, but there's going to be a gank coming up from Sejuani onto Lord Gupik. Does get hit, does not get hit by the charm, but the apprehend connects. Incognito needs to run.
I think that is first
Darius
blood.
does have the flash, does have the Q. That is first blood going over to Darius. Ahri is going to be taken down with the bleed, and there's a double kill for Lord Gupik on the Darius. Very unexpected turn there.
That missed charm cost them.
Yeah, exactly, and that was their own action right there. It wasn't just a sort of solo kill that happened there. It was 2 solo kills, that's what it was. So that sort of just misplayed that at the end there. Yeah, kind of an unfortunate 2 kills. Yeah.
You know, they missed most of the CC. I mean, they missed the Arctic Assault from the Sedge, they missed the Charm. So I think that missed CC cost them a lot there.
Exactly, it's going to keep costing them throughout that lane.
And now Darius did opt for the Merc trades on that first back. But now Rek'Sai trying to go for the invade, but then Sejuani will smite that away. And so Darius did come in with a bit more of a safe angle with the Merc treads rather than going for that damage item.
But I think it's crazy is that like our concern was that obviously because Darius going against Storm would be like a lane that he'd be able to do a lot in. He goes in the other lane, which we're more like, okay, sure, I guess Aurelian has the free lane. But you know, Darius doesn't get much. Now you're looking at it. Well, Sade almost dies there, and Darius has 2 kills, right? So for sure, it's a bit really unfortunate to have given up those 2 kills there.
Yeah, I mean, he's really now made him have a problem.
Like, I know this is reality, but this Morgana don't miss. I have not seen him as a single
3
one.
3 out of 3.
But now, Shacosa's gonna be having to force to play a little bit defensively in this top side. And luckily for Oryx's case, there is a lot of magic damage as indicated in chat. So very much just magic resist all around. Like magic like with the Darius, very good pick with the Mercs, and then gonna be very good into the Ahri. But now we'll get the apprehend connection onto Blackjack. Blackjack does have flash available and will flash the Rek'Sai knockup. As we do see Darius really asserting this pressure in the mid lane.
I mean, he's building a small CS already, man. Man's already level 6. He's 2 levels up on this Ahri. This Ahri missteps once. I think she just dies now because she doesn't have flash.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Just playing around the Ignite at this point. Like, Darius can just kind of just chill in the lane. He knows he's got the potential to go for those solo kills. As you see now, he zones off the Ahri off the wave. Denying her play minions and even dodging the charm.
If you can literally just get Rek'Sai to even like set something up, literally like you said, 1 misstep and it's over. And I mean, if you could try to find something else on the map, like bot side, which right now is going at least better at the moment with Felios having about 10 CS in the lead. Going to be actually more when this wave crashes, so at least there's definitely a bit of an avenue for Felios. And
Really good vision coming out here from the Darius as well. Going to put down the control ward there and then the normal ward there in that much.
Really deep vision over in that jungle and on the Rift Herald. So really wants to make sure he keeps this lead. I'll say he's going to catch Entropy.
I do think Sed and them could have just looked for Dragon here, to be honest, because this Aphelios needs to reset. He hasn't reset yet, so I think he really needs that reset. Oh,
Wait, what?
another
Oh my goodness. Annie, don't miss.
And Rek'Sai's near. Rek'Sai's near as well, so I have to actually be really careful of that. I don't actually think they know Rek'Sai's here as well.
No, but I think Blizzaga should give this up. There are 5 people here for Rek'Sai.
That is a 5-man Dragon commit there. That's Shacosa's running down on the Ornn. Wants to try and really scale this first Dragon. Again, the Morgana Q connects. The Ornn does summon the Forge Guard. Will knock up Morgana. Darius is in the back line. Does not apprehend onto the Aphelios. Drops the Ignite, but is exhausted into knockup. Aphelios will not be able to get the heal off as the Rek'Sai picks up the Dragon, picks up the kill, but will be locked down by Shacosis as Blackjack looks to chase down Sade. Will burn the flash and will make it out. But that is Dragon going over to Blizzaga.
Bizarre.
No, we'll be going...
Blizzaga.
Blizzaga. No, it's not going to Blizzaga. We'll go over to
Oh, yeah.
UWU.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But Blizzaga coming out on top with more kills. And Orn didn't even need, he only had 2 teams to get back to lane. Aurelion Sol did have the teleport, but did not want to use it for that fight. Rather want to just pick up a bit of a CS lead and just keep up that farm.
I honestly think it's more worth for Blizzaga, to be honest. I mean, yeah, sure, they lost 2 people, and the shutdown, but I mean, it's a TP from Orn that's not out. Aurelion Sol still got his up. He's now a bit ahead on the CS. He just now used his TP. But I also think because they got that Ocean, which is going to just help Aurelion just side lane in that against the Orn so much better, helps the Darius just with that little bit of sustain against the Ori. So now he's even a bit more of a threat still.
Exactly, and I think it could have been like even more disastrous for this red side, like because of like the insane angle that Darius had. They handled it pretty well to end up sort of killing him.
Yeah, they chucked almost everything onto that Darius. They chucked
that Orn knockup was great.
Yeah.
Chef's kiss.
Yeah, because he would have gotten off the queue then.
Apprehend does connect. Ori does not have the Spirit Rod, does not have Flash. Looks like it's a very easy kill for Goopy. And then Rek'Sai having to burn the Flash to get that knockup. And just making sure that this Darius stays ahead.
Yeah, very nice setup there from Goopy, to be honest. And as you said, you wanted Rek'Sai to look mid more, and I mean, he's not done it, and it's resulted into a kill and even more of a lead for Goopy.
And there's just nothing else happening on the map besides sort of that marginal lead, which just isn't being advanced at the moment. Makes me concerned.
Incognito Steve walking up a little bit too aggressive. He does go for the ulti onto the Darius. It does not connect. Seraphine lands the slow.
They could look to shove top here and just I think rotate all 3 just to get the rift area. Look to break mid open maybe.
Yeah, for sure.
Just to get some more money on that Darius.
I mean, especially now with, like, as we're seeing in chat, yeah, once the Rek'Sai has picked up the Prowler's Claw, any immobile carry will... Oh, but then the miss coming out from Annie. Veigar does drop the primordial power and pick up the kill there onto Entropy.
This is Morgana keys.
It was unfortunate. That was the one that missed, is the one that resulted into the kill.
Exactly. And now that little bit of a lead that you had bot lane is pretty much gone now.
Oh, but now Orn is going in for the solo kill onto Ashen Knight. Ashen Knight taking so much damage, and that will be the solo bolo for Shacosis in the top lane.
My lord. Okay,
very nice trade and combos coming up there from that Orn.
I mean, do you have to watch Darius? Darius has a bit of a interesting angle. Sort of saying, I think he's just taking the red buff, going to take some camps. Probably going to reset here though.
Yeah, very easy reset for him, but he does look at the red side are going to be picking up the scuttle. I mean, the big scuttle. That's what it is, the big scuttle.
They're going to be picking up Shelly. But we do see Morgana going for roam here as well with the red side. So they could look to just clear out the red side, get that referral.
And they could even look for a dive on this Veigar. They do have pretty stacked wave of Aphelios, and the Seraphine do have the ultimate there. Don't really have the burst ultimate available though. This Aphelios just desperately trying to cycle through those guns. Really wants to get the Infernum, and now it does pick up Infernum ultimate. And Sade's gonna have to walk away and gonna be giving up another huge wave as Aphelios will shove that very easily with the Infernum.
KD's handling this lane pretty well. I'm not lying.
But it's not worst case scenario here for Veigar. I mean, they're getting referral now free actually because this Johnny's just based and now she's gonna go to her red side. I don't know, she's going bot side here.
Yes, so the immediate re-TP back will be able to catch that wave. They really want to desperately get that plate as now Doglaf is going to be dropping the Rift Herald on the top side. Wants to try and further the Aurelion Soul. The Aurelion Soul getting past that free 6 we go. But the Apprehend coming out from Goopy here. Both flashes burned from the bot side. No flash therapy, no flash Aphelios. As they could look for a turn here. Sage is full mana. Aphelios does drop the Crescendum ulti, but the flash from the Darius cleanses the Ignite. Sejuani is there to back up with the Glacial Prison. Will land the Apprehend onto Entropy. Lord Goopy has now picked up a kill on the bot side. Does have the reset. Double kill for him. And does look like they want to commit to the dive. But Aphelios is not having it. And is going to be walking away and giving them some of that tower gold.
And that's even more gold over to that Darius. He's 5-1 right now. Ashen Knight.
You see a fight happening over here. Aurelion Sol getting knocked up. And with the ASL getting past the week pre-6, it would be beneficial to switch Darius back to top to deal with Ornn. I think
mean-
that is the smart move. But right now, I think Darius is just going to keep pushing the envelope and getting stronger and stronger. Like, he's basically almost got a full stride breaker here. 5-1.
I honestly
That's-
think if
that's
they
pretty
keep
scary.
Darius in mid, it's still a good pick to just keep him mid. Yeah, sure,
Exactly.
Aurelian's not doing that great. But I mean, he has to scale, so if he just plays a little bit more back, the Darius can still do a lot of work in mid because it's easier to rotate from mid to Dragon and Rushroll. It's just a lot easier to put his presence out on the map from mid lane than from top.
Aurelian's only job right here is literally just pick up the waves, and whenever Ornn is, roaming, take 1 or 2 plates and put some pressure topside. It's pretty much his only job right now until obviously he just gets to scale and pick up that Stardust, which he is doing at the moment.
He has got quite a bit. We are going to take just a quick gander at that. Sitting at the 94 Stardust. And since hitting that level 6 is very close to unlocking the Sky's Descent. So we'll be looking to going for a roam after that. Amperhen going a little bit wide for Goopy. Is now going to try and go for that auto attack onto Blackjack. We'll apply a little bit of the bleed. And Prowler's Claw picked up a Rek'Sai. We could be seeing some kill lanes happening down bot side.
We seem looking to get the second Dragon. Yeah.
Can just advance this lead even further. I mean, currently about 2k in the lead. They're just gonna pretty much do the right thing here and not fight this, especially with Arius being where he is at the moment.
Yeah, and this is where what I previously said, the Darius can just roam so much better from mid lane.
The rotation make the rotations easier. They are pick up their second dragon, but now would probably be a beneficial time to switch over the switch out the Aurelion Soul and the Darius. With the Sky's Descent now available, it's gonna be much easier to roam around if sitting in that mid lane, and Darius can now just sit and farm topside. Not gonna really have an issue dealing with Shacosis.
I honestly think they could also just switch out bottom topside here. Send the Veigar Morgana combo up top against the Ornn. They should be able to handle him easily.
But the Veigar's now starting to really pick up steam down here on the bot side. We see sitting on 102 stacks, 200 AP on the dot now. Just gonna keep on scaling. Like, this is what blue side want. They've got that lead. They just would literally, they only really need to just go even in this matchup. But with them having this lead, their scaling champions will have an easier time to get to the point they need to get to. As the Morgana Q does connect again. Annie, are you okay, bro?
I think she is. I think Annie is okay. Dog laugh.
But see the flash coming out, flash cage into Dogleaf, into no Prowler's Claw is needed, as Sade will get the one shot onto KB, but Entropy is going to be there to try and slow them down. Blackjack is going to be joining them. Rek'Sai does have the ultimate available, but they are not going to go for the commit, as now Aurelion Soul has made that rotation down into the bot side, and Darius looks like to be heading top lane, and will actually be encountering this Sejuani as they rotate, get that first tower bot side. And Darius, he wants a red buff. Does spot out Sejuani, does get the apprehend, does get the slow, does try and get the 5 bleed stacks. Will be able to get it, but the Glacial Prison keeping the Sejuani alive, as Arina will go for the Spirit Rush onto the Darius. Darius is going to go where Dog Sleep is going to be there to try and lock them up. Blackjack fails the flash, and that is going to be the execute for Darius. Does have a reset, but Shacosis locks down one. Aurelion Soul is there with the Sky's Descent. It's going to be able to do a lot of AoE onto Shacosis. Desperately fighting for his life. So much damage coming out from the Aurelion Soul. And it does look like they're going to walk it out. But 2 members are dead. And Shacosis and Entropy barely make it out with their lives.
They do get the Darius, but I think that gold did go on to the Yawn, which... Honestly, there's so much gold on Shacosis right now. He pretty much has all the gold on the team at the moment. And an even bigger shutdown to back that up. So... if literally Aurelion Soul can pick up that shutdown, that's even better for this blue side.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing the Ornn very well.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that was a great setup he had there in that corridor.
That's what's going to make these corridors so hard. There's just literally a bunch of sort of things you need to watch out for.
There's a lot of AoE to deal with. Yeah. Well, thinking on both teams, like in these small little crevices, big ultimates can have a huge impact. So the Aurelion Soul ultimate, very, very big there. Ornn can lock out an entire gateway.
Imagine the Xayah here.
Yep, imagine the Xayah here, or the Jinx here as well. The Jinx traps and the AoE on the rockets, it's just so much. But Dogloff wants to try and go for the Rift Herald here, but Blackjacks and Entropy are going to be denying it. And now 4 members of Oryx are going to be locking down this Herald.
Yeah, I think the Darius can just continue to shop bot here. Should be able to just pressure that.
Sage is going to be walking in there into the Spirit Rush, into the Charm. Orn calls the Forge Guard. Will knock up the Vega. Vega gets shut down by the Aura. Blackjack will be getting these resets. And the Felios coming in with the Gale Force. As we see Oryx make the play, get the rotations, and pick up that Rift Herald.
That felt very rash from blue side. I don't know, they could have sort of just backed off there as soon as they saw Darius wasn't there. And the obvious logic for red side is, well, the main carry is bot side, doesn't have TP, why don't we just commit to this fight, right? If they do fall forward, we automatically win, and that's exactly what they did. And that's about 3 kills over to this red side, who basically equalize the gold and are going to get mid-tier 1.
Yeah, very easy setup for them. Goopy kind of in a bad situation here. We see teleports coming out from Ari. He's trying to go for that 1v5, but does not get the Gore Drinker. As double TPs there happen out, as now the Baby Cage does not connect. Sage does try to do some damage there, and Ash will get the shutdown. Felios dropping the ulti, picking up 1. And Annie does get hit with the Gravitum, but there will be no follow-up, as that is a 1-for-1 trade once again.
That was really good. There was a bit of a overforce from the Vega side, in my opinion, but the affiliates really played that well. Just keep back and land the ultimate on the Gravitum.
My question is like, what possible consequences are there to that play? Because now that the gold is even, obviously this is the scaling comp, right? That's the identity of it. You've got the Aurelion, you've got the Vega, they're going to do damage later on. But if this red side of Oryx can literally just keep going with this momentum, then it's huge. But with Soul Point on the horizon, that's not looking too likely anymore.
Yeah, the Aurelion Soul and Vega just really need to sit back and scale. They don't even need to worry too much. And despite the Aphelios scaling, this Aurelion Soul has had quite a lot of free time in the side lane. Picked up 150 farm Vega, also staying on the 101. And very, very easy just to run away with the game with this kind of scaling.
We do see the first item coming out there, the first Orn item coming out there.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we do. It did see this upgraded Heart
To
Steel.
Leviathan, yes.
I didn't even remember that's what it was called. But now we've seen the one going between Goopy and Shaco's. Who's going to take this now? The Orn hiding this out, has got enough health, doesn't have too much armor. But Lord Goopy has the Gore Drinker. I think Goopy could possibly win. There's a lot of true damage into the knockup from Shaco's. Doric does have the ultimate available. Will not be able to execute the but then the immediate ultimate return coming out from Dogloff.
Very good dive there. I think if Dogloff did not show up there, I don't think the Darius would have just beat the Orn there.
That's all the gold that onto Shaco's is there. That sort of helped out. It could have actually been turned around, and literally just one small mistake, one small click, and I think even Dogloff could have died there.
Yeah.
So I mean, overall got the gold though. So
managing the tower aggro was what they needed to do. Then they played it quite well. Dogloff did have to burn the flash, but it was very worth for a trade kill on the Orn, who did have a shutdown. I'd be careful not to forget the Aphelios scaling either. He didn't start the 200 years memes for nothing. No. I very much understand that. As someone who's been spamming the Aphelios lately, we see a bit of an engagement coming out to Goopy. Goopy doesn't know where to go. He's going to go in the fight onto Incog and Steve. Aphelios is kiting this out. Super worth the Severum Infernum combo. Doing so much AoE. Incog Steve is caught up by the Vega. Aphelios going to have to burn the flash. And Annie will take down Sejuani as you do see the flash from the Vega. But Orn is there, and that is an ulti tank onto an Entropy. There's no Vega ulti. The massive Severum ulti coming out from KB, but does get caught in the stun. Aurelion Soul does drop the E. Very good choke point coming from him. Shacoza takes down Dogloff. Ashenite is sitting in the back doing so much damage. Blackjack wants to take down Sade, but will get locked down by the Darius. KB sitting at the back here. Desperately trying to get some damage off, but it is unfortunately not enough. Aurelion Soul's E zoning him off with that execute damage. And blue side look oppressive.
I'm very assured by this blue side shown so far. Now that you've just got it down, pretty much down mid game, it's only going to get worse from here. And I do feel like there are some tools to deal with this late game. I mean, if KB can just show up with the rest of his items late game, if you can find a pick, maybe 1 or 2, maybe the right team fight, even the wombo setup, it's still possible. But when you have literally like Aurelion, Vega, it just doesn't look very likely at the moment.
I mean, they just got 2 talents out of that fight as well, and that's a very, very big gold spike for them. I mean, that puts them about 3k gold ahead.
Mm.
Yeah,
That's
and
true.
then looking at where all that gold is, the Darius is holding on to all that gold, that 9,000 gold to the 6,000 for Ori. Aphelios is holding a bit of a lead over the Veigar, and then the Aurelion Soul is a bit behind the Ornn, but does not really matter too much as he gets a little bit extra stats from his passive. As now Dogloff will encounter Shaykos, is going to try and go for that 1v1. I don't think Dogloff wins this. As Ornn doing so much damage, Dogloff is trying to run for his life. Ornn does not land the Forge Guard, as now we see the teleports coming in from the Dragon. There are 3 members bot side. And
This is a very good call.
Yeah, very good Baron call here as the Apprehend connects onto Shaykos. Oryx can't really have an answer to this. Shaykos is trying to stall this out, but will fall to Sade as blue side are going to pick up this Baron. 3 members in the bot side just trying to shove as much as possible, but it is going to be Baron locked in for UWU.
About what they have to get from this now, they do get the tier 2 turret. Actually, yeah, they do. They get the tier 2 turret, and that's pretty much all they can say about
Sade.
Sade.
TP, does so much damage.
Sade?
Oh, Sade is there. Sade,
feed?
what are you doing, Sade? Sade dodging all these abilities, and Steve taking so much tower and is going to fall. Gonna have to flash, but the Seraphine ulti is there. Seraphine now starting to tank the tower. Bit too much aggressiveness coming out there, as that is going to be a trade kill onto the Rek'Sai. And then turret gold is given to Seraphine. But at what cost? They lost 2 members for that tower.
That turret literally was only taken out at the end. Right at the end of that fight, and that literally is even worse. It's literally only 3 members to defend this mid tier 1, and that's sole point for Infernal Soul literally in the next 17 seconds, which they cannot defend.
And not even that, I mean, it got traded immediately again by the Darius.
Yeah, exactly. The turn was really insane. I don't know.
And especially with a fair amount of magic damage on the side of Oryx. The Force of Nature pick from the Darius, really good there. The Ornn, Sejuani, and they are doing a lot of magic damage with Seraphine. With Aphelios being the real only physical damage issue. So not too much respect shown there for Darius as he's gone for a full MR setup. But Morgana and the Rek'Sai are going to be focusing onto this Dragon. As they do pick up the Soul, they are going to look for a fight here. Ornn is going to get caught out by the Morgana Q. Baby K does land. Or Sword of the Forge God is summoned. Ori uses the Spirit Rush. Will get onto Annie. Annie gets blocked. A massive skies descend from Radiant Soul. Get into that backline. Rek'Sai picking up 2. Aphelios just gets deleted as Veigar and the Rek'Sai pick up a double kill. And that does give them the pushing power they need to get this ace.
That was executed so well.
That apprehend from the Darius to turn that fight around, because as soon as he apprehended the Freelayers that had just used his Gale Force, he apprehended him back into the skies of the sun and he could not move.
Exactly, and KB was that main factor that we were thinking about. It's like, okay, he can scale too, he can deal damage, but at this point with BT, it was a question of if he was going to do that, and now while pushing down this mid tier 2, they did have that lockdown, and KB basically just needs to be protected in these fights if they do want to have a chance at turning this around. But again,
Going to be a very tricky task because Aurelion Soul has scaled up quite nicely. His E takes up an entire lane. Like, it can block off entire corridors along with the baby cage, so it's just super easy for them to lock down. Sejuani does go in for the Glacial Prism with the Sage. He's not going to be able to get anything there. The Seraphine also does go wide, but the E spaghettification from Aurelion Soul zoning so well as Aphelios is able to trade 1 onto the Rek'Sai. But now Veigar and them are going to look like they're going to continue for the fight. Cleanse already burned by KB. And it does look like Veigar and Aurelion Soul are going to have to back off. Do not have the health to make this play. And Aphelios looks like he wants to go for more. He wants to go for the trade and does burn this shield. Shaykos wants to go for the re-engage. Call of the Forge Guard is summoned. Not going to connect. Lord Goopy in the middle. Forcing the flash out of KB. Taking so much damage. Having to get flash himself. And is pulling a lot of the attention of Oryx. While he just zooms about. Is going to catch the Seraphine off guard. Is going to use the Blast Cone to his advantage. And will walk away from 3 members.
That's 8,000 gold in the lead for this blue side for UWU, if I'm not mistaken.
They've kind of really put this game out of reach now for their team.
Exactly, and I feel like it was really good from like Zoobscop to point out. It's as especially as an ADC, this is like a really hard team comp to navigate and deal damage against when there's just so many tools that can shut you down instantly, just with like one cleanse, right? You can barely do anything really.
I mean, the Gale Force doesn't really help him much.
Yeah, exactly.
I was just thinking the same thing. Like you've built this Gale Force here to have that extra bit of mobility, but now the Aurelion, like, as much as the Aurelion Soul is a big damage dealer, and so is the Veigar, they're quite tanky. They've got both of them have the Archangels, means they're gonna have a lot of sustain. Darius is gonna pick a fight with Shacosis here. Gonna do a lot of damage with the burn. That Infernal Soul coming in clutch here. Procs the Conqueror into the ultimate. Not gonna be doing enough. And that means there is no Darius ultimate available. And again, very tanky. And I think the Gale Force is a bit of a greedy pick for the Felios, as the E into the ultimate from Sade. So much burst. See, and now the Felios does try and use the Infernum ultimate to lock people down, but just procs the Archangels on the Aurelion Soul and doesn't even touch the Veigar.
We've been seeing a lot of Veigar, and it's such a good utility pick, Justin.
Yeah, like
I
this,
mean,
so there's
look
too
at
much to deal with.
Tyrion.
Say is a little bit out of position here, but we'll go golden. We'll get a bit more team to back him up. The Ornhorn is summoned. We'll land on say despite burning the flash. The Archangel is procced. Gonna be able to kite it out. The Apprehend connecting from the Darius. Seraphine ulti does go wide, but we see a TP now coming in from the Aurelion Soul. Does go in, does have the Sky's Descent. The massive AoE burst coming out from Ashen Knight, who's going to continue that chase with the E reset. And there's a double kill for him. And he could possibly look for a third, but he is going to TP into the base now. The E Apprehend coming in from Goopy onto Incognito as Doglock picks up Blackjack. And unfortunately, Darius does die to tower. Veigar does try and get the ultimate down onto the Sedge, but not going to be able to lock him down. And this is all over the place for Red Side.
It all started with those first 2 kills in Darius. That's sort of what I believe for this team. And as they were just given that time to literally do what they need to, especially for Ashen Knight. Now he's doing so much in these team fights. He was just allowed to play a lane. This lane swap worked quite well in the end. But it really just comes down to the fact that Darius got all that gold on him so early as well in that lane when you really didn't expect it. And now, in this bit of a slow burn that was actually quite fast, I think that is really past the point, no return. Like,
yeah,
since 5 minutes ago.
Aurelion Soul, it's just so hard to really say, oh, we're playing for scaling. Your Felios is not doing enough damage. Your Ornn has scaled quite well. Alright, so there is the small PP pause, so we will quickly go over to here.
What could that even mean? What could PP even mean?
Pause, please, or someone's asking for a couple of PP touches.
Not performance points in OC.
Yeah, no performance points there. Just gotta keep an eye on this, on all the statistics and whatnot. So
Yeah, but I think this Aurelion Soul pick was really like it's showing it's reaping the fruits now.
I just need to keep an eye out for okay, so alright, so we are going to be able to go into some more streaming tomorrow. So I will be doing a day stream tomorrow, most likely. I will keep you up all updated on my Twitter and whatnot, but oh gosh, we are only halfway through. Just under halfway through.
Yeah, and I wasn't even here for the first series.
Yeah, now we're sitting at it's currently sitting at 3.5 hours stream going. We're still waiting for the unpause, but they scaled. Okay, so Zoopscop coming in here. They scaled very well. The damage is way too much to deal with the CC. If Elo needs to find a way to get enough gold to dish out damage. Like I think
about how does he get that gold though? Like,
like how do you get that? At this point in the game, every side lane is terrifying. Like you can't, like, if you're in a side lane, you're either against Veigar, Darius, or the Aurelion Soul, and there's just too much damage available there. As you do see, that is going to be back into game, ladies and gentlemen.
There we go.
All right, as they do see blue side immediately going to be picking up that Baron. No questions asked.
I mean, they have all this damage as well on blue side, but not just that. The rotation, they can rotate so quickly with their Aurelion Soul W, and like the tunneling system of the Oryx side, like the rotations are a lot quicker than red side.
It's unfortunate for the Aphelios because I think they had a lot of their marbles resting on the 200 years scaling. He didn't also opting for the press the attack rather than the conquer or the lethal tempo, so it doesn't scale as well into late game as he would have wanted, and it's very hard for an Aphelios to outscale the likes of Veigar and an Aurelion Soul.
For sure, especially
Oh,
when they're left
goodness.
untouched. I mean, for the most part, that Veigar lane, it wasn't the best, but it didn't need to be. Now, with the Zelda coming up, I don't think I have time to speak because it could
We are gonna
very
get a
well just be
fight
the last
here.
fight.
Got a bit of
We
a
might.
fight coming out from Vega and Annie down here. So
Look at the base though. Look at the base.
yeah, the base is being demolished by the super minions. They're gonna have to make a decision here. Seikosa is gonna caught in the baby cage into the Morgana queue. Not going to lock him down as he's quite a tanky boy, but they are losing Nexus towers. They have to make a decision now. They have to go for this engage. Radiant Soul is going to walk it out, but Darius and Dog and Dolaf are going to get into the back line. Log will be taking down one Vega, picking up the Aphelios. Darius has got the resets. We'll get the lockdown if the Radiant Soul summons the ultimate. And that is now an ace for blue side. And red side just slowly watching their Blaze bleed and watch as this Elder Drake gets absolutely shredded by Aurelion Soul.
That must have been literally one of the most impossible fights I've ever seen. Right, being streamed, being cast together. That's literally impossible to play. Your base is dying at the same time. Well, pretty much really difficult team fight is then. Now they're pretty much just gonna end the game. It's over right now.
Yeah, and I mean they did pull the trigger. They threw out the one off the Sejuani ult, and it just didn't do anything.
Yeah, and that does mean that it's going to be game one going over to UWU, who played the scaling to perfection. They didn't let the Aphelios go where he needed to go. They didn't let him pick up any core items. They made sure he was always stuck on the back foot, and that was their win con.
I mean, this Rek'Sai pick was a really, really good pick, actually. Even though it was early game, I mean, he was able to shut down the Sejuani, so she wasn't really much of a threat.
And we were kind of questioning it, saying that there were better alternatives. We said maybe you could go for something more like the Wukong, just have some of your team fight. But instead, obviously, it just showed that in the right side pick worked out really well for them, really.
Yeah,
I mean, the early game prowess he had just showed us like he can control the game, and then him and the Darius rotating together controlled the game really, really well.
Exactly. The map presence of Darius was actually crazy.
Yeah, like the Darius having like that is so, like having that amount of map presence as a Darius. He wasn't for a very heavy movement speed build with the Dead Mans as well as the Force of Nature, which gave him plenty of room to just zoom at someone and keep up with the likes of the Ari and even keep up with the likes of the Aphelios.
I mean, but this is where where they put him mid, they just kept him there. This is where it came in, and it really it mattered because he could just roam so much quicker instead of where he has to go to top lane and then only come down.
Yeah, and it gave you. If you had the Aphelios on your team, you should have been putting all your resources into him. He was your hyper damage carry. And like aside from that, you really only had the Ari, and where there's Veigar and an Aurelion Soul on the enemy team. Like it's at this point, draft was in favor of red side. And unless the Aphelios literally play the lane to perfection, even then it would have been quite tricky because you could put the Aurelion Soul behind, you could put the Veigar behind, but they will just outscale because of their hyperscaling.
Yeah, I mean, I think if they had put the Aphelios a bit earlier mid to just let him farm nicely, I think we could have maybe seen a different outcome in fights because he could have gotten a lot of more resources.
And I think the lane swap there, especially
that was very big brain lane swap between Ashen Knight and Lord Goopy. Because they didn't expect it. I mean, the Aurelion Soul doesn't want to be in a lane where he is constantly under threat. There were a couple of solo kills on the Aurelion Soul from Ornn, but that really did not matter. Only died twice, and he was able to pick up the necessary items.
I think he literally died once in lane, and then he got solo killed out lane. If that's what you're referring to. So pretty much just really no pressure for him. He played it to a free lane, and really just got to do whatever you want to late game because there were so many elements to deal with if you were KB, and really game was pretty much locked in after 23 minutes.
Just gotta hope that they kind of reevaluate their team comps here and maybe see the Veigar ban, because again, this is the third game now in a row, different series, where the Veigar has topped the damage and topped the CC scores.
I'm actually surprised Veigar topped the damage there.
Okay, not the CC score, but did close second to the likes of the Ornn. But yeah, Veigar topping out the damage by 34k. And bear in mind, not by too much with the Darius and the Rensor quite close behind. But this Veigar needs to be banned. Like, it's too prevalent in these team fights. And it's just, if there's no respect onto this Veigar, then it's just going to take over these games.
But if it's not Veigar, then what is it, right? Because you're taking another ban of what could be,
Maybe
Jinx.
yeah, maybe trade it out. They're gonna have to trade out for something. They're gonna have to sacrifice. Do they want to deal with a Veigar or do they want to deal with a Jinx? We don't know.
Because what I've realized, right, is obviously once you have your game one prep, you'll notice that the comps make a lot of sense. But going into game two, often the bans and comp itself will just adapt to what happened in the previous game, and that sort of prep that you had before usually isn't completely there, and it becomes a lot more messy in that sense. Or at least that's what I've grabbed from some of the games I've watched, right?
Yeah, and I think it's more all about just keeping the pressure up. And we are going to be hopping into game two relatively shortly. Just going to go drop an invite to the co-casters. Let's get you laddies in here. So we have got Magnus Carlson and then Tobias going to be in here. All right. So it does look like it's going to Zombie Pancake redeem pets for Bella. Okay, we get Bella pets. So Bella, you getting some love, okay? Okay, my baby. Such a good baby. She sleeps, she good, she having a nice soft time. But I'm gonna probably close my door because it's getting quite chilly. I won't lie. But instinct.com doing 8,000 for the cooking stream, and very good. We're gonna have the computer on soon.
It needs to happen.
It needs to happen. I think there's like 50k points now at least.
Yeah, there's 50k points, but there's 7 days to do it.
Yeah, if I know my chat, they're gonna pull points out of their ass, bro. I don't know, man. But we see that is going to be.
Yeah, think about all those points spent on hydrates.
Yeah, think about all those hydrates you guys have done from all the Bella pets, and you haven't gone to the cooking stream.
Exactly.
Now, speaking of cooking, I am quite hungry, so I think what we'll do is once we are gonna take I believe in the 3-minute interval we will take a short break, just so peeps can refill on water, get their food sorted, and then we should be back. But right now they are getting into their champ select into order. And looking at some of the ranks, so Dogloft sitting at the Diamond 4. We got Plat 2 for Lord Goopy, Anya Yoke and Ashen Knight both unranked. Sade in the Gold 3. Where Shakosis sitting Silver 1, Blackjack Silver 3, Entropy Silver 2, Bronze 1 for Incog Stevo, and KB sitting at the Bronze 2.
So,
yeah?
Okay, man.
Lost train of thought?
Yeah, I lost my train of thought as soon as I was going to say that. Completely lost there.
Hello there. Hello, we're seeing some more people popping into chat. We got Nick Wolf and Galaxia. Welcome to the stream, everybody. While everyone's here, just going to say, give a quick thank you to everyone who's been here. It's going to be a long stream. We're not even halfway there. We're only on the second series right now, and the stream is going to be going up till midnight. It's going to be an 8-hour, so all the love is always greatly appreciated. I'm going to be making myself dinner in between some of the games as well. So luckily the air fryer comes in clutch there. But it seems like everyone is all ready to go. And Seabass showing in the love here. So casters are. All right. It seems like we are getting the all clear. They're getting all clear from UWU. And then we got Fox are going to be... No, Oryx are going to be on the blue side now, rather than the red side.
Which?
No, wait, it stays the same, right? Isn't it? It's the same, basically. All right, so. We got the all clear. We are going to be heading into game now. Just got to wait for the champ select to start, as Lord Goopy is in charge. He is the man in charge. Don't know who has the power. Start whomever. So it is on Lord Goopy pick. But
the man himself.
Are we going to see any band changes? What kind of band changes are we hoping to see here?
Darius.
Veigar. Can we...
Oh, Veigar. I mean, Veigar, yeah,
Veigar?
I agree.
I do not want to see Veigar.
I mean, especially for you two in the last 3 games. Having to see Veigar picked in every single one of them.
Yeah, if it's picked up, I'm pretty sure it's either going to be high priority pick or it's going to be a pick or ban tonight. I think it's definitely going to be pick or ban because I know Royalty, I've also been a big fan of the Veigar. And that is another game we got coming up. And to give everyone a bit more of an update on the schedule, so we are currently in Oryx Blizzaga up against UWU. This is going to be their game 2. And then after this, we're going to have a relatively short to long break into our next game, which will be at 8:30. It's going to be Royalty facing against the Season 4 Medal Stage Challenger Series champions, Nibble Esports, or 5 Lonely Men. So that is a game you do not want to miss.
Do not miss it.
Yeah, if we're going to see these champions, the champions trying to defend their title, or are Royalty going to look like they're going to come out on top, as now we are in game.
I won't be there to cast, but I'll probably be watching because it's an important game. I won't lie.
Very big game there, but Incog Stevo gonna be leading the bands here. What is going to change? And the Vega has been banned finally. It only took 3 games of Vegas getting ridiculously fed to realize it needs to be banned.
Only thereabouts. And now that that's out, I think we're just gonna have a traditional normal bot lane for once. 280 carries, and that's definitely not going to leave that issue, as we said before, for UWU, where we were concerned that they don't necessarily have the damage to deal with tanks and are ready and coming out as well.
Yep, they're showing some respect to the hard scaling.
Jinx banned out, which, considering they have first pick, that would be really comfortable to have them on, considering I think Jinx is still pretty much the highest priority in terms of carry.
And the Jinx, with the Jinx gone, it's likely the Xayah is also going to go as well. But then the Evelyn actually banned away in the jungle. That is 3 heavy AP damage dealers gone. And are we going to see the Xayah ban, or are they going to be letting it slip and it's going to be picked up by Oryx Esports?
I think we're probably going to see it slip pretty much. Seraphine ban is pretty good, actually. I do like that because they did have a lot of potential, like regardless, and that's just even adding to the wombo.
Yeah, and now the Mumu is going to be insta-locked in for Oryx right now. It does mean they have that hard engage, that crowd AoE CC in the jungle. So that is a big up from the previous jungle. But what is going to be the answer?
This could also go support, hey? It's a flex pick.
Yeah, it can be flex, but the Morgana insta gonna be locked in to counteract that. Can protect herself or any of the carries that need it from the Amumu engage. So very curious to see if it's possibly going to be Morgana mid. We have seen some Morgana mids making some more appearances. So 2 very flexible picks here already. As we see the Giga Chad himself being hovered. It is going to be the Cassante in the top side. Oof, that's going to be a spicy one. Cassante.
No. Oh, that's interesting.
Come off the top lane, yeah, honestly.
Oh, is there going to be is there going to be a Vayne? We do see the Vayne hover. Are we going to see the Vayne for KB? But also, one thing you got to realize is the Milio has been left unbanned. The Milio is open as well as the Vayne. Is this a golden opportunity for Oryx to pick this hyperscaling bot lane?
It makes me concerned, though, because if they are picking that for ADC, now that's a ton of pills, well, can increase the range. And honestly, I do like the lock-in.
I like that. That's the Milio and the Vayne kind of just sneaking through there. And they've put the priority on KB, and Entropy down here. They had a lot of potential in that ball lane, just weren't able to play the scaling, but now the Vayne and the Milio can't scale into that late game as Dumbs 2.0 is locked in the jungle.
Dumbs did just stop streaming, so I'd be careful.
I really would like to see the Jackspin coming out from the right side here.
Yeah, I think the Jackspin wouldn't even. I would actually expect it from the blue side as well, as the Vayne is going to be the hyper carry there. But then Yorick is going to be gone. So would not be surprised if the Jax came out from blue side.
I don't know if they're going to let it slip, though. I mean, I'm pretty sure Cassante would be comfortable playing into Nas, so just getting rid of that Jax is a very good option, as Toby mentioned. But it's really going to be down to what is even played. You don't even know if those 2 champions are going to be played in the end.
It's going to be the Ziggs lock taken away in the mid lane. I mean, Cassante has been picked up, so the Jax ban also likely not going to happen.
Or the Ornban could also be good here, huh?
Yeah, I think Ornban
is true.
Too bad in Cassante.
Oh, the Darius. I mean, I guess they worried that there was going to be Shacosis on that Darius. But now, if this comp could be very well rounded out, if Shacosis is put it back on that Ornn, and then we got that mid lane on like a mobile mage of some sort. So even like the Ahri again, because Ahri was not a problem. So Ornn and Ahri would be the last 2 picks to kind of round this scaling team come up. But what is Annie gonna lock in?
I honestly would like to see the Lissandra in the mid lane.
Lissandra, yeah, Lissandra,
Blue side,
very
it would be
easy.
a really good pick.
Ooh, we got the Caitlyn. Morgana Caitlyn. That is quite the nasty duo in the bot side.
Yeah,
And
some pretty good memories.
into Vayne Millia, I kind of do like it. Obviously, just gonna have that free lane, and if you can play the lane correctly, get the plates, get the gold, it could be to the detriment of them. But
Here's some early game aggression coming out from the bot side and red side. I mean, it really looks to they want to take over this lane. They want to keep the lane out of the game.
And ooh, we got the
Thank you, Brighton.
tactical mommy in the top lane. Brighton, are you here, man? Is that you?
I need to
I
check
think
now.
this is a good pick into the Cassante. To be honest, I mean, she can trade through.
Yeah, she's got really good side lane pressure as well. I think if we just look at this right now, all that really needs to round up this comp is another good set of side laning. So Ahri left unbanned, so it would not be surprised if we saw Blackjack back on it.
Oh,
But
Syndra's
no,
just-
it'll be the Syndra.
Syndra's a really safe pick here.
Oh
I mean,
no.
but it looks like if they do go now top, it looks like a Cassante mid.
Oh, so is that going to be the Cassante mid? Are we getting a cap
There's
special?
no way.
Oh,
my
it does
lord.
look like it. We're
Either
getting the
Cassante
cap
mid lane.
special with the Cassante mid lane.
It is quite a powerful pick still, eh? Like it really, because the thing is his W makes it so difficult to lock him down because a lot of mages are reliant on, okay, I need to land my CC to do like real burst damage or anything like that or get a nice trade off. But his W, which makes him unstoppable, really helps him in the laning phase and in the trade as well.
Yeah, and I think we are going to get the polls up and running, and just team comp wise, favoring the scaling with Emilio, Vayne, and the Syndra. So more in the favor of Oryx this game. But while I prepare for loadouts, I will take us to a short 3-minute break just to refill on water. But don't go away. We are going to be having some more epic League of Legends coming up in the next 2 minutes. So I will see you all in a little bit.
I just she rolls.
Wait, what time? What time are we thinking at?
We're on 3.
What second? What second?
3 seconds.
Cool.
All right, everyone, we are into game now. But I'm just gonna try and get the scoreboard and everything up and running. I know this is gonna be a bit tricky. Probably really should not be doing this on stream, but there we go. Okay, are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? 3, 2, 1, go. We are unpaused and we are into the next game here. As I do realize I need to swap around the logos. It's so much easier to swap them out when it's on my main screen and it's not in the editor, because in the editor it frames really weirdly. But we see there's gonna be no shenanigans so far. It does look like it's gonna be a 5-point for Oryx. Well, on the other hand, it does look like they want to do a bit of a cheesy invade with this Morgana and Caitlyn duo, which I need to quickly adjust so everyone is where they need to be. Vayne is going to be caught out and is going to spot the invade incoming, but everyone is going to be able to get out of there very quickly. Why did I put the Amumu? Why have I put the Alawi top lane? Huh?
Minions have spawned.
I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, for the noises, the eating. I know if some people are uncomfortable with the eating, I will stop it, but I need to eat something in the midst of these long streams. Hey, Tobes, are you there? As you see, more trades coming out from Shacosis onto Lord Goopy. Wait, so Shacosis has now rotated to the mid, named Blackjack is now going to be in the top side with that Alawi.
This is an interesting swap.
Yeah, so really interesting change. They're kind of counteracting like the first game swap. Nakasanta is going to pick up that level 2, is going to go for some early trades in Shacosis. And then now it kind of evens out.
I want to see this. I want to see this Morgana just keep hitting those keys. And it's gonna help them so much in this lane.
I just want to start answering in chat. Our first tournament as the group, very exciting. Keen to join for future ones as well. Absolutely brilliant. I'm glad to hear that Mr. Esteemed Garbage. But yeah, I would also strongly recommend applying for medal state tournaments. I know the one is running right now, and the next season won't be for a little while. But I do strongly recommend putting yourselves into that. There's a lot of teams that will be available to play against, and there's big groups and there's nice prize pools as well. As now level 2 ticking over for the bot lane, and Caitlyn being the usual lane bully that she is.
I mean, I think our group in Middlestead is, I think, like 6-7 teams. Just our group. Yeah, I think we're like 7 in the group.
Yeah, so there's a lot of teams, a lot of competition. It means a lot of games
Nice
to cost.
coming out there from Psychosis.
Yeah, bringing Goopy down to just under half HP. Blackjack landing the Soul Seal.
Taste of Spirit coming down.
Oh, is that what it's called? I didn't realize.
Yeah, Taste of Spirit.
The Test of Spirit. But now, Emilio going in for some aggressive trades with either the Caitlyn trap, Morgana Q combo doing so much, but Vayne is trying to go in for some trade kills, but the heal's going to be burned by Sade. Who's actually so... Wait, so... this is so hype, I think I should get back into the game. Well, I don't see a problem getting back into League of Legends, especially in the competitive scene. There's a lot going on here in South Africa, well, the southern part of Africa. Currently running 3 tournaments on this stream. So we have the Urakan tournament, which we'll be probably catching tomorrow. As you see, there's small little scuffle in the river, but Amumu gonna have to walk away. Yeah, but we've got 3 tournaments. We've got the Urakan, which is an international French tournament. We've got some South African teams there. We've got medal states, and now we have got the NamLol. So plenty of positions for some teams to play. As now Doglaugh is going to try and walk topside, take down Blackjack.
I quite like the Lily up here, to be honest. It gives a lot of max HP damage. It's gonna help burn through the Amumu and Alawi here. As on the other side, the max HP damage, well, is Vayne. We all know what that champion can do to a tank. But
Exactly.
yeah, I think the Lami is nice and comfortable. Chilling, grabbing all. He hasn't really missed a lot of ease, which is good on his part. But a nice trade also coming out here from the Gnar.
Yeah, Gnar.
Okay.
Oh, Gnar's gonna go in once again. Does have the does not have ignite, but Alawi will take that first blood onto a slightly over-aggressive Ashen Knight. Is that his first blood going over to... Oh, not to Oryx, to... my brain is switched off, man. Ooh.
To Brighton.
To Brighton. It's gone to Brighton up in that top lane.
Exactly.
Yeah, it makes it easier for you.
that's just what I think whenever I see Alawi. That's just him.
Ooh, but Entropy barely getting it out of that view from the Morgana. Mashekos is low on mana, has probably gonna have to go for a reset here. And we'll just TP right back into lane. Nice, well played, coming out from Zubska. Huge, brother, huge.
Very well played, yeah.
It's now... So scaling-wise, the Syndra will scale quite well. The Cassante just has that all-around healing and tank meta crap. And we'll be able to walk away with plenty of damage, regardless of building any magic resist items. Neek is a trap. Once you get into it, it's the most... the most is a year break, then you're back at it. Dude, I think the most I've done is like a month. As you see, Cassante is going to find Incog Stevo.
I've not taken more than a week's break once again, I think.
Oh, but big scout that we're coming out is the all-out coming out from Cassante. Looks like he's going to pick down one. We'll continue the chase onto
Wow.
Psychosis. Dogloff is there to try and lock down the Syndra. But that is going to be the first kill going over to Oryx.
And Groupie.
The
It's pretty... Yeah, so it was pretty good to give it over to the Cassante, I guess, and I mean, it's interesting to see that throughout the series right now, we just haven't seen anything traditional. Oh, Goopy. Haven't played the Darius in the last game.
Oh my word. Oh!
Wow. That is ridiculous.
Welcome to the new minigame.
That is ridiculous. Like, usually you can just sort of dodge it as easy as you like. But I was actually surprised. Like, it looked like it hit faster, no?
Yeah, it looked like it did faster than it did, but then in the boom, Nar's dead. Now it's 2-0 Alawi.
Exactly.
That is Morgana attempting the... I think throwing out vision on the dragon. She is. But
Let's try.
Vayne and Amelia are not actually dominant in this lane here.
Which is surprising, and definitely not very good for Caitlyn whatsoever in that lane, considering that pretty much you're not really looking to get to late game, you're looking to...
Ooh, there's going to be a
well,
chase now happening onto Annie, but that is going to be immediate flash.
And the flash comes out from anywhere. I think they can look to just maybe look to help. I think if the media roam's mid here, right? To help this, they just push out that wave. They could look to set up Dragon. But a good trade coming out from Goopy as well.
But that Sheen as well, this hurts so much.
Alawi is going to be quite a menace now in this top lane. If this Alawi is left unchecked, it's going to be very difficult for anyone to go and deal with it. Sorry, it's quite windy. Sounds like there's people knocking on doors, but it's just my the blinds.
It's me.
Keep knocking. It's you. You're outside my window, bro.
That's right, mate.
Right,
Chico's loose.
Oh
All
my
out
gosh,
there.
Chico's gets pulled out from the all out from Goopy
And what
and
an
then
all-out.
the solo bolo in the mid lane for Cassante. This is why it is picked so often into these mages. They're so immobile and so easy for Cassante just to run them down.
It was really easy for Cassandra to navigate that fight. It felt like really Shacosis just didn't stand a chance. As soon as he was behind him, he could have ulted earlier, but she didn't. And well, it was just a kill over to Cassandra. And as I said, Toby, yeah, like it's legit with the W. He's just so hard to navigate and play against.
Yeah, like I mean, most of your CC is irrelevant as soon as you press that button, and it's so strong.
Exactly. Especially if you're not used to playing versus it.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I have my certain pick as a top laner against that, especially playing with great top laners than I do. I love playing Jax into the Cassandra matchup.
We've seen your Jax before, and your Mordekaiser, that too.
I was very concerned at first because Morgana was struggling a little bit to hit the Qs, but then does land that one kind of just to make up for it. Alawi gets another E pool on this. The It's not the Will of the Spirits. Is it the Will of the Spirits?
Test of the Spirit.
Test of the
Yeah, it's fine.
Spirits. Okay. Test of the
Did
Spirits.
tons of damage with that.
A lot of chunks there. As the Alawi
You have
is
to remember it does max 3 damage. Eh?
It does, yeah.
So it is better to play and max E when doing a tank matchup than just to max W or Q like you would if you were
Yeah.
playing
But
something else.
Dogloff is trying to assist Asher Knight here. They do not like want to go a fight, but we all know what Alawis want. They want the 1v5s.
Really about if the tentacles are still there when he presses R. If no, it's just getting constantly shoved in and cannot get rid of those tentacles. Those types of ganks become near impossible and literally a 1v2 situation for Alawi to deal with, especially with the amount of gold that she has, right?
I'd like to see them put the Cassandra top actually after
Yeah.
the next rotation.
To match them. Just get the wave shoved in, try and find the timing, get them over.
Again, yeah, but Shaco's is not having a good time into this Cassante. As you see now, Dogloff is going to be into the top lane, but that is going to be the ulti coming out from the from the Amumu, from the Lilia into the
Very
sad
nice.
mummy.
I'm gonna ulti there.
Dogloff is running for his life. Test of the Spirit does not connect. As very barely getting out alive. Two junglers both burn their ultimates. And there's still nothing traded top lane.
Yeah, I think the best option Blizzaga has here is just to maybe just look to play split push with that Alawi being ahead. I mean, they're gonna at least have to send 1 or 2 people just to deal with it, and it opens up. For instance, now, alright, top lane's in a very good state for Blizzaga. So what I'd like to see, yeah, like the Alawi resets, TP's back to lane, shoves it out before the Gnar gets back, and they just look to take the Rift Turtle.
Yeah, you know, one thing, and Terrell is going to be quite crucial getting these carries ahead.
Yeah, especially if they can just keep that Rift Turtle on the Alawi. I'd like to see the Alawi take the Rift Turtle instead of the jungler. But we do see now that
Right,
Dogloff is going for that Rift Turtle.
So I
But
just need to clarify a few things. So we do see there's going to be a small little kerfuffle in the river here.
yeah, like this is what I like to see. The bot lane is doing really well isolated in it, and it's good to see. So
Oh,
like,
the flash coming out from Shaco's. Try to use the unleashed power to take down Goopy, but Goopy is too tanky. My word. Okay. Eating plus shoutcasting, very big
Work.
choking hazard.
this is what I like to see. They put see, as I said, they're gonna put the Rift Turtle onto the top lane, which is really really good.
Giving the
And they're
Alawi
doing
a
it-
little more, helping her build that leap even further.
Yeah, I mean if she finishes that what's the item?
He's
Not
going
ice
ice
ball.
He's going Frostfire.
Frostfire.
build.
There we go.
And it's going to take quite a big chunk of that tower, and that's a lot of gold for her. As Cassante has picked up the Iceborne Gauntlet for himself. But Alawi holding the gold lead for blue side. And will he land it? His spirit does land into the ultimate. Asher Knight is just going to try and walk away from that. And kind of gives Blackjack freedom to take this tower. Has the Sheen, has W. Will be able to get that at least 1 kill. But Alawi is going to keep persisting, going to keep fighting. Asher Knight has nowhere really to go. Blackjack has the W, does not have flash, cannot reach the Gnar in time.
That hyper proc was so nice for the Gnar to get out there.
Gnar does appear to be lagging just a tiny bit. That does explain a little bit of why it was moving so strangely. But there does seem to be a heavy more priority onto the dragon here. Red side wants to continue the stacking.
The blue side's already starting to set up. I don't think they have vision on the Amumu in the Dragon Bird.
Yeah, I think it's just, I don't think it's going to be very possible. I think the Cassante has got the upper hand in the mid lane, despite being the tank matchup. Shaco's really can't do anything. Can't go for the one shots, can't go for those solo kills. Has to just try and focus on poking and getting that gold up with first strike.
Yeah, but I mean, I like the fact that he has now gone. He's rather gone for the Leandri's Anguish, which is it's better in my opinion, because they do have
But
a
Vayne
lot
has
of-
gone for a commit onto Dogloff, plus with the cozy campfire into the cleanse from KB, and the Moo Curse of Sad Mummy allows the Vayne to just pop the hell off. And we see a flash coming out from their Moon, but the Q will go wide. Dogloff will survive. But that is Vayne picking up their first kill.
Oh, really good fight there from blue side. We're seeing the power of the melee ulti there. As soon as the sleep hit ult, and the Vayne was able to take the fight.
And the warm hug, plus the combo of the cozy campfire, able to keep that Vayne alive. And the instant cleanse from the sleep also gave a bit more pushing power and allowing Vayne to kind of just go ham. I'm getting a little worried because there's a little storm brewing in my area, and usually a lot of the time we have to be careful with the internet, and it doesn't get struck by lightning, but I'll keep everyone updated. Oh gosh. In the top side, Astronaut is going to try and pick up some farm here. The Alawi going to always be perma-shoving these waves, so we'll just sit under his tower and pick up some extra CS. While KB is likely going to be able to pick up that Kraken Slayer on this next back here.
I just got food.
There we go. Rio's
I'm
got
sorry.
food.
Yeah, that's why I have disappeared.
I honestly
word.
would like to see them put the Alawi bot lane here.
But they are sending a lot of people over to deal with the Alawi. I think that's exactly what Oryx want. They want to try and make sure they draw enough attention so the Milio and the Vayne can push down the bot side. But Cassante will be spotted by Psychosis. Cassante desperately wants to go for the fight here. Will land the Q. Is he going to go for the all-out? Is he going to try and go for the kill here? It does look like he's going to try and take him to the wall, but not getting enough. Shaco does have no flash. And Goofy, despite just being the tank with very few MR items, he will pick up that kill onto the Syndra.
That was the most interactive fight I have seen ever.
Hashtag tank meta. What do you think, boys?
I don't think it's necessarily like a tank meta, but like with the lot,
The champion does have he has a lot of base damage.
well, like Cassante versus Syndra in this game meta.
Yeah, like what do you do in this lane as a Syndra? Like a realistic, you can sit and scale, but the Amumu is gonna be able, like not the Amumu, the Cassandra just gonna be able to tower dive you super easily.
Halfway.
Vayne does look like they want to go for the fight. It does drop the warm hug into the cozy campfire, into the immediate cleanse. Say it's gonna have to run for their life, but there's gonna be the Steak coming up from Lilia, but then the Vayne will pick up one. KB does fall to the Morgana as there's a double kill for red side. As Dogloff takes down Entropy. And that is 2 for 1 in favor of UWU.
Now the pressure's going on. Paul's red side being about 2k behind. Literally backs against the wall. Is match point for this Oryx.
We said.
Yeah, Paul's blue side, which is UWU.
Because they're still not able to really play that scale
sorry.
very well in the Syndra, unfortunately.
Never mind. No, I completely mixed them up.
I mean, they really could still play through the Lilia, through the mid jungle duo. It's still possible. I mean,
Sure.
if they shut down the Vayne, it's quite possible for them to just kill everyone else.
It felt like the previous game. It's not like there's absolutely no way out, but if they don't do the right steps, it's just a negative outcome in the end.
This is definitely blue side's game to lose.
Yeah, for sure.
No doubt about it. They have a lot more, like, I like the rotation coming out on the map now to get their bot side to the Rift Herald is a really good rotation. Put this Alawi mid lane just to get that mid tower down, so open up the map a lot more for the rest of the team.
For sure, yeah.
Okay, but we see now a little fight brawling. We're building up in the mid god.
Yes,
English
that
is my first language, I promise.
Sometimes, only sometimes when it wants to work.
I don't have a first language. They're all just second languages.
Yeah. But now we do see Blue Side going to prioritize that Rift Herald. I'm going to be very easily picking up this objective up here. No real questions there. Vayne and Milio absolutely shred that. And Vayne will be picking either the Rift Herald up. So I'm going to try and get some more gold onto her there. She does pick up the shield bow rather than the Kraken Slayer, which is I do think is quite a solid pickup with a lot of the bursts coming out from the Lilia and the Cassante.
I mean, she still does have all the true damage on her side, so I mean, it's not that...
Oh, a lot of damage coming out from Seikos. He's going to pick up another, but Amumu will finish them off. And will pick up a double kill here. Lands the bandage toss, possibly going for 3. Sage taking so much damage. And that is a triple kill coming out from Incog Stevo. And that does mean that there's going to be the second dragon picked up for blue side.
That was some really, really good team play there coming out from the mid-jungle duo from this blue side.
Talking about mid-jungle duos, it just felt a bit silent, really. It was really just down to that one pick now, and now they got the second Drake as well. Just gonna be waiting to see what it all will be.
Okay, but now Blackjack is going to be approaching Goopy. That it's going to be 3 members mid lane now. Something just trying to use the all out just to get out of there, but KB going to be shredding through them as Entropy will lock them down. Ignite did come, there was Ignite used by the Milio. It's just denying that healing. But I think Oryx are definitely playing the scaling game a lot better in the second match.
Oh. I mean, they're playing through their strong side, and it's really nice to see. The swap seems to have worked out now in their favor.
But we could be possibly seeing a game 3 here.
Most likely.
Would not be surprised unless there is an absolute miracle coming out from red side. It looks like this could be very much in the bag. Leaves just have to sit and watch her Legrom get taken away. Up at the double Lilia sleep. That's so much damage to be done. The shield bow is procced by the Vayne, and Seikos is gonna have to walk away. There's no more kills are left available, and it's just a bunch of low health bars.
But now, for as red side, instinct.
Oh my god, we're the 8 in the hole gonna lock down Seikos.
And that is a kill. Nice pick coming out there from the red side. Trying to get back into this game desperately.
I mean, I think there is a lot of potential for them. Santa is quite strong. Lilia is a huge pick champion, especially on the likes of Syndra, who is very immobile. But also bear in mind, this Alawi is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, with the amount of items that she has.
She's got
And just the damage that she's been doing. This is the Brian.
This is the Brighton special.
Exactly. If only he was here. He was here for the last game, but not for the last game. I mean, game a few days ago. And he saw Alawi.
So maybe you should just get him in here and say there's an Alawi pick, and he'll.
I literally messaged him. I messaged him. Told him to get on.
Alawi is such a strong side laner here. Really thrives on the 1v2s. But now Milio is going to be shadowing Blackjack just a little bit. Well, dealing with the Cassante. So probably is realistically the best person to fight off the Alawi, but at the same time, if the Alawi plays the lane, plays it right, it's so free for Blackjack.
Exactly, especially with the amount of shove that she had. It definitely made it very hard to play in the lane, and as a result, pretty much just having all this influence now, and it's gonna be interesting to see this fight.
Yep, as the Alawi uses the Tesha Spirit, does a bit of damage over the Cassante, shredding that armor and carving up that health. Oh, the double sweating seed is landed on from Dogloft, but they aren't going to commit to anything further.
I think it's very good. It was a very good decision to just put this Malawi bot side, as I said, because it now the one big carry.
Out. Get hit by the Scout of the Week into the ultimate, into the Amumu bandage tops, and now Goopy is going to be fighting 2 members. Not Goopy. Blackjack finds 2 members, but the Lilia Sleep is coming out. Goopy will get shot down by the Alawi. The tentacles healing up Blackjack so much. Conqueror fully stacked, but there's going to be the flash Q from Lilia. We'll get that shut down. As we see, Oryx are going to be starting up the Baron here.
Very well played from the Alawi side.
Tune in late who won first game. First game went over to UWU, and the second game... Oh my goodness, the flashes coming from Amumu, but was not taken out by the ace in the hole. But that is now Baron for blue side.
And now you've got Hex Tech coming up in a second, can continue that Drake stacking. Just get those waves shoved in mid lane, and pretty much you're going to have the tempo to run it and get Drake pretty much uncontested. Because at the moment, I don't really think red side can win a fight that easily. And Oryx just have this game in control, but not necessarily in the bag.
I really like the pickup here with the Cosmic Drive. The Cosmic Drive pickup for the Syndra is really, really good. It's going to help a kite a lot more with that added move speed, and it got a buff that gives it a little bit more AP, so it's actually quite a strong item.
It's the health AP trade-off as Morgana is going to have to flash away from that bandage toss. Not going to risk getting caught out just before the dragon, as this could possibly be third dragon coming up for Oryx. And what are they going to do to try and answer this? The Lily is quite strong, so is the Cassante. Morgana yet to pick up that first item. And Caitlyn's still 1.5 items. But Vayne with a Ginsu's as well as Shieldbo is going to be an absolute menace to deal with, especially with Milio scaling.
Nah, that's a massive timer coming up for UWU. About 5 minutes until that final sword point. And if something doesn't change, it looks pretty much like Oryx can just use this to their advantage, obviously. You can sort of play around it. Baron coming up in about 4 minutes, which at the same time could be maybe a bit of a trade.
Right, so,
nice.
ladies and gentlemen, I know this is going to be a bit difficult and I do apologize in advance, but I am going to have to end the stream here. The storm is getting quite bad, it's getting quite dangerous, and I just don't want to risk the internet being shot out and then messing up future streams. So, unfortunately, I will not be able to pick this game by instinct. Would you be able to pick up this game on your stream?
Or I'd be able to pick up the next game.
Alright, so I'll drop a message over, but you'll be able to pick the team fight here, as now Goofy is going to be caught out by this Vayne. Vayne can actually run them down. So much damage coming out from KB86, but from me, unfortunately, this is going to be the end. I'll link everything on the Twitter and all that, so you can go and catch the next series or the next game on Instinct's channel. And get chat with Brewmaster, and he should help you as well. So thank you everyone for tuning in. I do severely apologize, but Mother Nature gave us the big no-no. So I will speak to you all in the next one. Goodbye, ladies and gentlemen.
お前はもう死んでいる。何？